Our first order of business is the consent agenda, and first I would ask the commissioners to add executive session personnel at 3:10.
Madam Chair, so moved with the addition. Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the agenda with the addition. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. With that, I'd like to welcome Claire. Excited to get started. So I'll turn it over to you for our updated land use plan.
Great. Good evening. Good evening. Good
I'm
morning.
going to ask you to use the mic as much as you can since we do have an
There's some
audience
hard
here.
hearing people here.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Is that working? Yep, there we go. All right,
There we go.
there we go. I'll pull it closer. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. I'm very excited to be here and give you this update as we kick off this process. So we were here in November and kind of part of that process, and we're really looking forward to getting started. Joy has a robust schedule planned for us this week, so we'll get everybody up to speed on kind of what we have planned this week and then also where we're going from here. So there's a good understanding of kind of how the process is going to go. So my name is Darcy White with Clarion Associates. I'm joined by Paul Donegan, also with Clarion. And we'll do just a quick round of introductions so everyone knows kind of the different team members and what their role is in the process. Clarion is a land use consulting firm based out of Denver. We basically work on plans and codes. That's our core work, has been for the last 30 years. We do work all over, but we have worked in Wyoming a fair bit and a lot of other rural western counties across the US. So we're happy to be part of the process and bring that experience to the table. I'll turn it over to Matt.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matt Prosser with Economic and Planning Systems. We are a land use economics firm. I'm also based out of Denver. I work a lot with Darcy on comprehensive plans, supporting her, providing sort of the economic lens and role. For this specific plan, we'll be documenting demographic, economic, and real estate trends, using that to help estimate demand for growth in our plan horizon. And then lastly, we'll be doing, in addition to supporting on plan policies and strategies, we'll be doing a deeper dive into preservation strategies, whether that's related to ag lands or to other lands within the county that need special tools to address their stewardship going forward. So excited to be here and excited to get going on the plan.
And then last but not least, we have our local partner, Brian Carson.
Sorry, my name is Brian Clarkson. I'm with TO Engineers, and for those who don't know who TO Engineers are, we used to be GDA Engineers, and before that, Graham Dietz and Associates. So we've been in the county for a long time. We do lots of different work in consulting, airports, engineering. We're involved in a lot of projects in the county, including projects with Road and Bridge. We actually did a project for you for a GIS needs assessment a couple of years ago, and I'm very excited to be a part of this team. And my role in this will be all things to do with mapping, and looking at the analysis of the existing planning areas and what they might look like in the future, and just pulling together all that data and taking it together. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. All right, so I'm going to give you a little bit of background on the process. I know we'll have folks who are just kind of learning about the process and want to know more about where they fit in. So I think just first and foremost, it's important to note that this is a long-range plan for Park County. It's a 10 to 20 year plan. It was last majorly updated in 1998, so it's been a while. And I think a lot's changed. There's a lot of questions about how this plan can really kind of help shape the future. But we are looking both at near-term challenges, that the county is facing, but thinking also long-term about where the community really wants to be 10 to 20 years from now. So thinking about protecting the natural environment, agricultural lands that Matt talked about, there are a lot of issues we've already heard come to the table, but I think really our job is to kind of take in all of the, aspirations and concerns that we hear from the community and kind of help you guys work through those in terms of how this plan might help address those issues going forward. So we'll be looking at both establishing a vision for the county as a whole, but also thinking about the needs of those individual planning areas that Brian talked about. We know that things have changed over the last 20 years. We may need to adjust some of those boundaries to kind of, reflect where you are today and kind of what those distinctions might be. So ultimately we'll have guidance that applies countywide, but also within each of those planning areas so that there is a more predictable framework for future growth in the future. That's a key goal for this process, is to try to make it more predictable for you guys in your planning and zoning commission, but also for property owners and other stakeholders in the county. The key part of this too, that we want to make sure folks are aware of, is that this will really set the stage for looking at updates to your development standards and regulations after the plan is adopted. So this is a policy guide, it's not regulations. But this is an important step to really think about what things need to happen within your regulations to implement the plan. So we will be thinking about that throughout the process and trying to frame questions that really help inform those longer term goals for the county. The other thing I wanted to note in terms of just context for the plan is that, it is titled currently the land use plan, which, implies a fairly narrow focus. But I think as comprehensive plans have evolved over the last 20 years, it's really become a bigger picture in terms of not just land use and growth, but what are the other factors that influence quality of life in Park County. And so we will be listening for a lot of topics of housing, economy, all of those issues, tourism and recreation. How does that all play into where you want to go as a community moving forward? So we'll be thinking broadly, not just about land use and development issues. In terms of the overall process, we have an 18-month timeline laid out. I want to stress that the plan is something that will be developed iteratively. So there will be multiple chances for people to weigh in. It's not a situation where we listen, we go away into a back room and develop a plan and bring it back. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for people to kind of check the process and make sure we're headed in the right direction over the next year or so. So I'm just going to quickly go through each of the steps just so everybody's on the same page in terms of how we're going to kind of approach this. Right now, we are very much at the beginning of the process. This is our official kickoff, and we are really thinking about, at this point, what are the whole range of issues that we need to be thinking about over the next year or so, and how does that, how do all those pieces fit together? So we're trying to get the lay of the land, really understand what's important to you and what you want to get out of this. So we are in the listening mode very much at this point. So over the next 2.5 days, we're going to be doing a series of focus groups. Joy did an outstanding job getting these coordinated in a pretty short order, and we are excited to talk to a whole range of folks you can see on the slide. And these are really, I think, it's important to note too, at this stage in the process, a lot of who we are reaching out to are folks who really have a direct role in different types of things within the county. We need to understand how it works, who's involved, kind of who the players are and kind of that piece. So very much focused on, kind of targeted stakeholder groups at this stage in the process. Paul's going to talk more about the community at large and what those opportunities look like and some of the other things that we're planning in terms of public engagement. But we will be listening and learning over the next 2.5 days. So once we wrap up this week, we will be starting to dive into kind of the more technical components of the plan. Matt mentioned his role in terms of looking at some of the demographic trends and economic trends, those types of things. So we will be trying to get a better handle on, really, we know a lot of things have changed in Park County over the last 5 years, 10 years, even the last 2 years. But we want to be able to document kind of what those changes are and what that might mean going forward. So we will be establishing that baseline information that we can use to help inform the process. So anytime we're talking about potential changes, we need to have a good understanding of where we are today. Brian's really going to be helping us, as he said, with kind of the lay of the land, literally in terms of kind of what's happening on the ground and helping us kind of tell that story to inform the process. And from there, in this phase 2 and phase 3 are going to be happening a little bit on an overlapping of a time frame. And we'll talk more about this in a minute, but we will be starting to engage the broader community about vision and values. And so when I mentioned kind of long-term and thinking about the whole range of issues that are important to Park County residents, this is where that happens. This is where we really try to get a sense of what's important to you. What are you concerned about? What do you want to see stay the same in the next 20 years for your kids? Those are the types of questions we'll be trying to get at. So we'll have a survey. Paul will talk a little bit more about that in a bit, but that's really kind of what's going to ground the plan. That will be what the results of that survey will be, what we use to develop the initial vision and values, whether that's guiding principles or core values for the future, and then those countywide goals. So that will be something that will kind of take a lot of information in, take a whack at it, we'll bring it back to the community and they can kind of tell us whether we got it right, we need to change it, but that will be kind of the first real step in terms of starting to think about where the plan's going to go in the future. And then based on what we hear in terms of the vision and values, we will really start to think about what, if we have a certain goal in mind, what does that mean in terms of what types of policies, changes we might need to look at in order to achieve those goals. So that's really where the rubber starts to meet the road in terms of, all right, well, we've said we want to do this. It's going to take, this or this to achieve that. What are some of the trade-offs? Are we willing to do those things? And so those are important conversations to really kind of guide where the plan goes in the future. And ultimately, that is going to be what drives the map. I think everybody thinks about the land use plan and they tend to focus primarily on the land use plan map. It's a big part of it, but the policies really need to work hand in hand with that, and also kind of, address things, as I said earlier, beyond land use. So, but this will be kind of the meatiest part of the conversation, I would anticipate, in terms of, this is where it's going to get tricky and hard, and we'll have some good conversations, I'm sure. And then based on what we hear in terms of the key policy choices, we will start to bring the whole plan together. So as I said, we'll bring forward these interim drafts and then ultimately bring forward a full draft of the plan. So kind of pulling together all those pieces. And this is where we really start to get into the nuts and bolts of implementation, and who's doing what, how does it happen, what are the considerations there. Matt talked about some of the more focused strategies related to conservation. Those are all things that we want to really focus on in this last phase, so that you're well positioned once the plan is adopted to move forward into implementation. So I'm going to stop there on the process, but I'm going to have Paul jump in and talk a little bit about public involvement.
All right. So for the overall strategy, we want to make sure that there's a variety of ways for people to participate and really reach as many people as possible in as many ways as possible, so that people can't drive the distance to make it to the in-person meeting. There's another way for them to share their opinions, and also just to keep the process flexible within each phase, because I think we're looking for different information at different points of the process. And so sometimes a survey is the best method, and sometimes an in-person meeting where people get together and share ideas with each other is the best way. So we're gonna, I think, adapt that as we go through each of those phases that Darcy highlighted. And within each of those phases, we're planning on coming and talking to you all, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and presenting to you the sort of an update where we're at, what we've heard so far. I think when we hear certain types of feedback that really stand out to us, letting you know that this is what we're really hearing from the community, so that you guys are aware of what's going on that front. Another big opportunity for the community to be involved is with the Land Use Planning Advisory Committee. And this is something that the word has gone out about, and I think the word is going to continue to go out about. we're looking for applications from members of the community to come and provide a perspective from different geographies around the county. There's so many different planning areas with different cultures and geographies and topographies. We want to make sure that we're getting people that represent a lot of the community and probably different interests within the community as well. And so that we have a good advisory committee that can kind of represent a more holistic look at where people are coming from. So yeah, applications are currently, we've got 60 people have responded so far, and we're anticipating many more than that. And yeah, I think another group that we're convening will be the technical working group. And this is sort of an important group as we're coming up with policies and goals that we have the Park County departments, different service providers, utilities, municipalities within the county, state and federal agencies, definitely with the amount of federal lands here, making sure that they're aware of what's going on. And this is really a group that can sort of provide that technical expertise. And there's a policy that deals with, how we're interacting with wildlife corridors or something. We really want to make sure that the federal land managers are at the table. That the utilities are there, making sure that there's the technical expertise, what's really possible, and keeping that grounded. Another really important thing that we've heard just so far is interest in really reaching out to the youth and young people within the community, getting an idea of what they'd like to see Park County be like, what sort of opportunities they're interested in seeing here, what will keep them here, and what will attract them back, those who have gone off somewhere else and are interested in moving back, making sure that we have a good understanding of their perspectives as well. And so that's a group tomorrow we'll be meeting with, I think, folks from 4-H and the different school districts, just trying to start making those connections with the youth in the community and getting their perspectives as well. And then throughout the whole process, sort of outside of these, individual groups, we definitely want to invite everyone to be participating. If you're not in one of the, if you're not one of the 12 to 15 people in the land use planning advisory committee or representative in the technical working group, it's not that, you can't participate. We really want everyone to be able to engage in the process. And so we mentioned a little bit with the online survey as sort of like first opportunity to sort of catch a wide group of everybody and get some bigger picture ideas on vision and values. We also want to be able to have some in-person as well as virtual meetings where people can participate. And so a big part of this will be going to communities outside of Cody and hosting, in-person meetings where people don't have to all travel to one place to participate, but have some of these bigger conversations with just the general public.
I think one more side note on that, I think when we do the online survey, we will be asking folks, kind of how they want to engage, because I think we want to make it convenient. So we'll try to get a little bit of feedback as well for that before we go forward. So the last thing that we have to touch on today, which we definitely wanted to get some feedback on, is the project branding. And so it's important for a project like this to be kind of a clear presence in the community. People recognize what it is, they understand what it's about, and kind of can look for that information as the process moves forward. So we have been working with Joy and Commissioner Overfield to get some initial ideas together. We started with a first pass last week and did some revisions to share these with you today. And so I think we are curious to get your feedback about if anything jumps out at you, or if there are things that you don't like. I think we want this to be something that speaks Park County. Commissioner Teal is dying to jump in.
No, I appreciate it. It looks really impressive. I like it. The one that's really stands out to me is not so much in the layout, but the logo or whatever you want to call it. And that the one where third one there, our community, our future. I like that, but then I like the layout of the other two. Our community, or our county, our future, is kind of hidden up there. So if it were dropped down similar to the very next one on the right where it says define county, in that layout, but with the motto of our county, our future. That's of the ones I looked at. I don't know what you guys have opinions, but
Can I go back and leave this for just a minute? I'm just curious with your meetings that you have set up today and tomorrow and everything that you presented with the different stakeholders. How come we don't have an energy representative meeting with them or also the game and fish department?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So we do have game and fish representation. They're part of the public lands collective
Okay,
that's
so
happening.
they're included in public.
They
lands.
are, and we're holding on minerals and energy because part of that is a lot of public land involvement.
Right.
But we're gonna do them separately
Okay.
in a single meeting.
I
And
just didn't see
probably,
them mentioned, and that's a big economic driver.
yeah, it's on our list.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And then along the line of what you're saying, the only thing we need to put in the logo, I think, I mean, does the house represent a farmhouse or is that a development house?
Some more farmhouse looking.
Anyway, personally, I think we need to take the house and switch it with the tractor, put the tractor up where the house is, because the tractor to me, the tractor represents cultivated agriculture. And the windmill represents grazing agriculture. So those two should go together. And then I think we need to put oil well in there somewhere.
sure, what do you think of model though? I mean, of the different ones, Vision Park County and Vision Park County Future.
Well, I like our county, our future, and that was my suggestion.
Okay. Well, we get, maybe we get one word settled.
Commissioner Mantle.
The 12 to 15 person group that you're putting together, we'll have a list of those names too. Like what, and as far as meeting 3 to 5 times, what determines if you're gonna have 5 or you're gonna have 3?
So the way that and that's all flexible, I think what we have found is that it's more productive to meet when we have actually an interim work product that the group is reviewing. So we want to make it meaningful that they're reacting to something. So it's driven a little bit by the kind of deliverables in the process. And if we need more time, if one meeting is not enough to get through a certain deliverable, like the draft plan, for example, we often find we need more meetings to kind of get through the full draft of the plan. So it's meant to just be a guide that we're not expecting this to be a group that meets monthly just to meet, but really has a specific role in kind of providing guidance in the process. I apologize. I should have waited and asked if there were more questions about process before we jumped in on logo, but
Just to clarify, back on the advisory committee, that committee is what we will select. However, I guess as in your call, ours, if I look at it as a working group that, I, like Joe, I want every aspect of Park County represented. And if we feel that possibly made a mistake that we missed a representation, that can change throughout the process, correct?
yes.
Any other comments right now? I guess we do have members of the Planning and Zoning Commission here, and this is as much yours as ours. Any thoughts?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with Lloyd and Joe too. I like that one on the right for the logo, and I like the slogan, "Our County, Our Future." As far as the variety of iconic elements in there, a donkey oil well thing might be good in there somewhere in arrangement, but I think it fairly represents graphically what people are talking about. It's a good choice. I'm pleased with that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any thoughts on this?
I concur with Richard. I think they've done a great job, and our county, our future is the perfect slogan for this.
Okay. Anybody else?
So include the public.
Oh, true. I guess I always think of you as part of the PNC. I'm sorry.
Mary Morrison, county resident. I love our county, our future. I like the word envision. I don't know if it's gonna fit in there, but I wanted to just make a comment on when we were talking about the different interest groups and places to have meetings. I'd like to see Matizzi on that list as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any thoughts at the moment? Forward.
All right, so the only other thing we had to touch base on was just to let everyone know what our next steps would be following this round of meetings we have this week. So we have a lot of just sort of startup tasks to do. We'll finalize the logo, get the webpage updated, formalize the public involvement plan. And I think just so everyone's aware, these meetings will be getting a lot of information. What we typically will do is try to distill that down into some of the key themes that we're hearing, kind of across all of the groups. So it won't be 100 pages of notes. It'll be, kind of a 5-page summary of kind of these are the big things that we've heard and we think need to be a focus in the process. So that will be kind of, the first.
Quick question, if I could. I'm just curious on the webpage. Are you going to create your own webpage or just going to be within the county?
It will be within the county's webpage. We're going to work with Joy and IT to kind of embed that. So we'll propose some updates that kind of reflect the branding that we land on. So, but there's a lot of information there. So, and people already know to go there. So we want to make sure we don't change that.
Okay.
And then we will also be diving in on some of the existing conditions work that we talked about. So in terms of dates, I did want to highlight for those who are anxious to kind of get involved. So we're looking probably to launch the survey sometime in late March, I'm guessing. That's something that will be out, it may be 4 to 6 weeks. We want to make sure we get broad input, as Paul said. So we try to keep that one open for a longer period of time. So that can be happening while we're doing our work in the background. And we're shooting to hopefully be able to do the initial committee meeting sometime in April once that group is selected. And then the next round of kind of big round of meetings where we have in-person meetings for the community at large is probably going to be in the June timeframe. So we'll have a lot more to share, report out, but that will be kind of the next 4 days stretch of meetings that we'll do on the ground at Park County. So.
Originally we talked about that you would do some updates occasionally with the board so that we knew where things were at. So we just need to work with Joy and Molly to get on our agenda.
Yep.
So we can appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I think that's very important to keep the public engaged right off the start. It's going to be out there, there's going to be a lot of interest. But as time goes on, we get into August or September of next year. I think it's very, and even later in the summer, I think it's very important that we have open session. It's just a quick update, you get somebody together, get some people involved. I mean, if we do it during staff, it doesn't really get talked about, maybe amongst us, but just keep the public involved. So I agree, I think definitely some follow.
We'll work on them.
Even if we know what
dates. Yep, no, I think that's fair.
We also didn't include one other logo possibility. When we first started this process, Joy said, "Oh no, the process will be really easy. It's going to be all rainbows and unicorns." So Joy did a logo. And I just wanted to make sure you all knew we had this as an option.
I like it.
I don't know.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time? I should have a long couple days ahead of me.
All right, we're ready. Thank you, guys.
Way ahead. Got it. You want to see it, Brian? Yeah.
Molly? Oh,
Yeah.
you want to see if Brian can do it now?
Yeah.
Okay, because we ended up with.
Sure.
So Okay, I think we're about ready to start the second half of our morning, so. I'd like to come up, Park County Public Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, long time no see. Again, it's mostly good stuff. So, just to kind of give you an overview, we'll start, as always, with the money. I don't know how to politely put this, but I've been offered 2 grants. Mr. Story could sign off on both of them. One for $385,000 that expires June of 2024, one for $150,000 that expires June of 2024. The $150,000 amount is for contact tracing and delivering vaccines, which we're still doing some of. The other one, it's got an interesting statement of work with it. And basically it's to promote people using the vaccine. To give you some highlights, what the funding can be used for. COVID-related public health personnel expenses from July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2024 must be related to COVID vaccine outreach activities. Other campaign expenses, advertising for events, travel costs for conducting vaccination events, so on and so forth. Prior approval for the monies, vehicles for mobile vaccination clinics, we're not going there. Hot Springs has one and it's quite a bit. So we got our trailer, so we've got ways of moving that around. Incentives need prior permission, equipment purchases over 5,000, and other expenses not outlined in the agreement. So those are some of the things that the $385,000 is for. I wish this had come out at least a year ago, if not longer. It would have made all of our lives a little easier.
Where are these through?
These are all through the state of Wyoming Department of Health. So same as the previous grants we were using. We just finished up. I think we had $300,000 for the last year and a half, and we used 85,000 of it on one of the grants and probably 50,000 on the other. Kimball also has a grant for $100,000. That one, we're trying to use up the money that has been provided to us. The grant will stay open until June 2024, but it will not be filled unless necessary. So it's just going to be kind of one of those placeholders out there. So with your permission, if there's a discussion, do you?
The pleasure of the board on these grants. Go ahead and apply for them.
Sure, yeah, if we can use any part of it, I mean, is there expenses that we could incur that were grant covered that? Hey,
Some of them I'll have to look at. And the other thing about these is, depending on how they get used over the next year or so, they may have some additions and reclassifications of the way the money can be used. So that's what I explained to Mr. Story, because we had a little conversation about why now, but you know, it's sort of like the way a lot of things are going. If you look at the advertising campaigns, they've really sharpened up and they're spending a lot more money and everything else, and you're kind of going, okay, where was that 2 years ago when we really needed it? So anyway.
my opinion would just be, if you have no things that we can use it, we know what if we don't use them, we just give back what we don't use.
Exactly.
We're really not out other than, I'm gonna, whatever bill fills.
Yeah, and the state on the 385,000 one is going to work with us and give us a lot of guidance. We have quarterly reports that we have to fill out, and it's kind of a shared group idea. So,
Does it require our signature or not?
yes,
It requires a signature by
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we apply for the grants outlined by Nurse Crampton. And allow, is it chair only signature or?
Yes, the chairman and then the clerk's attest.
Allow the chair sign.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the application of the grants as stated. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we have one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Just a little overview. I'm sure you saw the governor's statement that he's ending the public health emergency going through the month, which means for us, there's a lot of going back to normal operations. For example, some of our communicable disease work that we've been doing has gone slacking, and some of the staff need trained up. We've had a little bit of turnover. So we'll be doing some of that. And other things that were let slip. One of the things that OSHA bypassed for the last 2 years was fit testing for N95 masks. OSHA has a requirement that every year you be fit test for your specific size of face mask. Well, we haven't been doing that. We've been handing out N95s like there was no tomorrow. But starting fiscal year 22-23, we're gonna get back to the fit testing and things like that. So just some indications of things that are starting to peer into the normal areas. As far as this Omicron surge, beginning of the year, we had over 200 cases listed officially on the state website. We're down to 22 this week. I would remind everybody that, and as I'm sure the board knows, most folks aren't getting tested now unless they have a specific need for the test. So those numbers could go one way or the other. I'm not real sure. 22 sounds really great, but there could be a lot more in the community that just won't get tested for whatever reason. Yes, sir.
So with that, with the emergency pandemic officially being over supposedly, right?
Well, the emergency.
The emergency
Yes.
order.
Yeah.
So does that now, if somebody does even test positive, is that funding available for their time off that didn't come out of their sick pay banks and different issues then after that point?
Not really. We've been still directing folks to the labor board for unemployment. And we've been cycling them through that.
So with that change of thought, I mean, if you can't get free time off, even though you don't feel good, if it's just positive, so I get that, they're not gonna be near any test going forward.
Correct. We're already seeing
So
people.
these numbers are probably gonna be deceiving no matter what. going forward.
Agreed.
This one,
Agreed.
Madam Chairman, just a point of interest here, I thought that was interesting. A friend of mine ordered one of these, home testing kits from the federal government that President Biden ordered 200 million tests. Do you have any idea where that was made? China.
Just like the AM
Beyond.
Beyond.
so of course they're all positive.
Don't get me started.
Don't get any started.
gas, gas came from Russia.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So we're also getting back into the schools, how the nurses over there went into nursing health teaching. We still struggle getting in over here in a couple of places. Mostly because the school board is still trying to kick up its heels about public health nurses. And so we don't push real hard here. Powell has been very good about it. Tomorrow, my staff goes down to the TT for a health fair. We usually see a lot of different agencies down there. The highway patrol will have their seatbelt demonstrator down there. 2 years ago when I did it, or 3,
I took our hand wash machine, it's kind of a cool looking thing, you rub this stuff on your hands, you can't see it. Put your hands in there, and what I do is I make it a contest. Okay, you see my hands, here they are, and show your hands, now go wash your hands real good and come back. And I'd always make sure I still had some left on my hands, so they could say, wow, I beat the public health nurse, I got my hands cleaner, you know. It made some real impact, so we're doing things like that, you know, child safety stuff. So those are outreach events are starting to come back quite a bit. We have TDAP clinics for the 6th graders coming up. So, and we're seeing a slight change. The school nurses are becoming more involved in that instead of asking us to come, especially in Powell. Just come over and give us the vaccine and we'll take care of it for you. Kind of an interesting concept. We kind of like it. It just demonstrates that for as much of a pain in the backside that the COVID pandemic was, we did develop some good relationships and working relationships over the last couple of years. So that's a good thing. We still have the MCH nurse position open. She would be a great find, but she keeps, the one I have in mind, keeps giving me, I want this and I want that. And so it stands right now, she'd like some kind of cash compensation or a raise in her salary so that she can put money aside into the retirement fund. And Colleen and I have been working on that. And, you know, I'll see how the grants go.
You mentioned the staff turnover. Was that from higher salaries elsewhere, or was it?
That's always the case. In the state,
Are the hospitals, what you saying, well, what do they have over there in the county?
no, it's the other way around. And I haven't had a lot of turnover. Last year, Timmy left him kind of unexpectedly due to personal issues, I believe. And then Michelle Tucker left because she had a private business that she developed that she's doing great guns with. So it creates opportunities. I will say, we're going to the Northwest College Health or job fair and putting a table out. But we don't typically hire new grads. We want to develop some skills before they come to us. But I will say that in comparing our salary ranges, which are very limited, to what the hospitals offer, it could be $2 to $4 more an hour for a new grad compared to working for 5 years and then coming here and actually taking a cut of that. So that makes it a challenge. Plus the pandemic has not left a great taste in a lot of people's mouths about public health anyway, so. And then we also have Kimball Croft in the emergency preparedness position. He's retiring April 1st. So I posted the position in both papers and on the radio. I talked to Sheriff Stewart. He had 2 absolutely wonderful candidates that he gave me. One of them declined to apply because the wage rate wasn't enough to get him here from Texas, even though he's from here. But the other one lives in Powell, and I'll be interviewing him. So far, the ad's been out, I think 2 times now, and on the radio. So give it another week, and then I'm going to start conducting interviews. If one of you wants to join me for an interview, I'd be glad to have you. Otherwise, I've got 3 people selected by side of myself for an interview panel. And as I say, the one that didn't make it into the Homeland position came highly recommended from the sheriff. So I've got a potentially really good candidate for that. I don't know what you heard down in Cheyenne, but the state staff nurses are supposed to be getting a 10% add-on to our check every month, starting in February, and I didn't see it. So I don't know if that affects our dollar amount going forward, because I know you have remember how 165,000 set aside for your 35% towards the state nurse salaries from the commissioner's standpoint. So I don't know if it's coming out of that or if they're taking it out of COVID dollars that they have available for that down there. So just to make you aware. And on that note, I'm going to put in for raises or step raises or something for both Lily and Deb for this great work. And I would really like to try to figure out how to use some of these dollars to like give them a 10% for 3-month bonus for their efforts that they've put into the last couple of years. It ain't a lot, but 10% a month for 3 months is better than sticking around. That's pretty much I have. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Next thing on our agenda is Buenos Acres, sub 285, item 5.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so the applicant for this project is Diana Andre. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is PAL. We did receive a final plat application for this civil subdivision on January 25th of this year, including payment final plat. And then we received the revised final plat on February 22nd of this year. And just to note, this subdivision was originally named the Andre Simple Subdivision, so you might have heard of that. So we want to put that in here to correct it. The applicants requested that we change the name to the Flores Acre Simple Subdivision. And the applicant requests approval of this, and it will create one 1.22 acre lot and one 1.44 acre lot for residential use. And the parcel as existing is 2.66 acres, so there will not be any remaining parcel should this be approved. You see in figure 1 that that final plat, Madam Chair. The location of this proposed subdivision is approximately 2.2 miles straight east of Powell. It's on the north side of County Lane 8.5. And it has an address of 561 County Lane 8.5. And you can see its relative position to Powell and the highway in figure 2. And Madam Chair, I will mention, it's kind of hard to see in figure 2, but the proposed subdivision is right center, right in the middle of that map. It's surrounded by blue lines, kind of hard to see, at least to me, compared to the green lines. I did mention this is a GRP, so these lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. In figure 3, you can see neighboring land uses, and this property is surrounded by some residential, some ag, and there are subdivisions directly to the south and then further to the east. And we don't have it highlighted, Madam Chair, but directly to the south, kind of actually to the southwest, is where that Kodiak subdivision is. We don't have it highlighted. I think we meant to. And you can see that directly to the south and kind of to the east is the Trinity subdivision. So those 4 lots to the west and south of Trinity are the Kodiak subdivision. Site characteristics. Proposed lot 1 is developed. It has 1 residence and multiple accessory uses. Proposed lot 2 is vacant. Municipal review, this property is not within a mile of house, so municipal review is not required. We did have a notice of intent to subdivide in the Powell Tribune that occurred in December of last year. As you know, this is both simple and it's a final plat, so a public hearing is not necessary. So that notice was not in any paper. We have a list of the agencies that we reached out to, or the applicant reached out to. I'm on the bottom of page 5. And then on page 6, we have a list of all the agencies that we reached out to and that sent us comments. I'll try to be brief and summarize. Postal Service, Park County School District 1, TCT, and the Powell Fire Department said they could provide service, really didn't have any concerns. MDU responded with a letter in November. They said they have a distribution line on the north side of lane 8H and can provide service to both these lots. Lot 1 currently has natural gas. Rocky Mountain Power also responded. They have the capacity to serve both of these lots, and Lot 1 does have electricity through Rocky Mountain Power. Park County Treasurer stated that taxes are currently paid on this property. Wyoming Game and Fish responded in December. They said they have no specific concerns with this subdivision. But as you saw in their response, they remain concerned with the number of subdivisions proposed in the county. Public Works responded. We shared that with you. Legal access exists for both of these lots from County Lane 8.5. They said, should there be any new driveways proposed, that it would require a right-of-way permit from them. And they are not requiring, or they have no concerns with runoff or drainage control. We did receive a soils report from the Powell Parks for Conservation District. You saw that, I think probably that letter. And then Mary responded for weed and pest. She did initial inspection, and she said ultimately that a weed plan will not be required. Shoshone Irrigation District, they have approved and signed and submitted, we shared that with you, a water distribution plan. We've not received any public comments. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this proposal on January 19th. They recommended approval. They had some conditions that at the time, I take that back. I believe those conditions were all met. Madam Chair, I don't know if some of the conditions were not met with P&Z, but they've all been met now. Apologize for that. Plat review, they met on January 31st of this year. And again, we received the revised final plat on February 22nd. And then we have, after that, we just have all the conditions and documents and standards that have to be for final plat. We have findings that we recommend, that we found, and for you to consider, and we just have one recommendation, or we have one condition, but we do recommend that you approve this final plat. And we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Well, one quick question, reading all this stuff, I noticed the lot number 1 has an unpermitted septic system on it.
Yes,
Has
that's.
that been brought into compliance, or what do they do with that?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Tilden, when we first met with the applicant, they told us that there was a small wastewater system on that proposed lot, and we do not have a permit for that. My understanding is that we don't know when it was put in. We could probably find out when it was put in. We assume it was some years ago. My understanding is we will let them continue to use it. When and if it fails, ask them to come in and get a permit. Yeah.
Wells that were water delivered.
That's correct.
Yes, yes. Madam Chair.
Or if the applicant, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, if the applicant comes in for a building permit, it opens them up for the septic system.
They could.
Correct.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
any additional building on that lot for residential use.
Well, lot 1's the one that has all the buildings on it now.
Yeah, correctly. Yeah.
But if there were some reason somebody might tear down a building and I'll get a second home, they would require.
Yeah, we would, yeah, correct, Madam Chair, Commissioner Teal. Yeah, we would ask them to give us proof to make sure the size is appropriate for the number of bedrooms.
Any further questions?
I'm sure I move to approve for a subdivision 285.
Second.
Approve, Florida Acres simple subdivision 285 final plat. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's he mean? 22, 20, 22,
22. Thank you.
So the next thing on our agenda is an amended plat for Shepherd Simple Subdivision number 217.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Pete Capillan, and he's the surveyor. So no connection otherwise, I don't believe, or relation to any of the landowners. This property is in the GRP zoning district. The planning area is Cody Powell Rural. As you know, there are really 3 properties. There's 2 current lots and then the remainder parcel. So the application, which we received on January 28th, is a request to approve this amended plat. And we received the revised amended plat on February 28th. And you see that in figure 1. The requested action is to approve this amended plat. It will be for currently lots 1 and 2 of the Shepherd Simple subdivision. Should this be approved, it will result in the vacation of lots 1 and 2. Each one of those are currently 2 acres. And it will configure lot 1 to create lot 101, which will be 3.34 acres, and reconfigure lot 2 to create lot 101, which will be 3 acres. The amended, this amendment is facilitated by a lot line adjustment of the south property lines of the 2 existing lots and currently the 183 acre exempt parcel. And there would be a lot line adjustment of the east property line of existing lot 2. And again, of this 183 exempt remaining parcel. Both lots will continue to be for residential use, is our understanding. And the plat for the Shepherd Simple subdivision was approved on March 19, 2013 by the Park County Board of County Commissioners. Ownership, the miners, husband and wife, they own what is currently lot 1. Mr. Troyer is the owner of current lot 2, and then the Catones are the owners of this remaining parcel. And as you know, when looking at the amended plat, that revised version, there's a signature block for all these lot owners. Location of this is shown in figure 2. This simple subdivision is approximately or just over 2 miles east of Ralston. It's on the south side of County Line 11.5. This is a parcel vacation and an amended plat, and a partial vacation of an existing plat is allowed whenever someone wants to change a lot configuration or adjust the boundary lines between platted lots and adjacent unplatted parcels. Of course, both of these things are currently happening. An amended plat is required, and our regs say that an amended plat shall not be approved without the approval of the board, which is why we're here. Our regs also say that an amended plat may be approved by the board without a public hearing, should our planning director come to the conclusion that lot owners, in this case, a parcel owner, that no one is essentially negatively affected, no one's compromised. And that is our conclusion. No one is really compromised by this. So again, I mentioned that the planning director determined no public hearing is necessary. In terms of notices, again, this is not a, we did not think this needed to be a public hearing. Therefore, no notice of public hearing needed to be put into the paper or sent to neighbors. In terms of zoning district, I mentioned this is in the GRP zoning district, and these lot sizes as proposed are still going to be consistent with the GRP zoning district. Of course, the lots are going to be made larger should this be approved. In terms of neighboring uses, this use is surrounded or there are some residential uses close by. However, the majority of the land surrounding these lots are agricultural. Proposed lot 101 has a single family residence and 1 accessory use. Proposed lot 102 also has a single family residence, and both lots are relatively flat. And you can see that in figure 4. In terms of overlay districts, Madam Chair, this property is within an ag overlay district, and so we're asking you to consider both the impacts of this change on ag operations and the possible impact on ag operations on these lots. In terms of impact on ag operation, single-family residences currently exist on each lot. Therefore, our conclusion is approving this vacation and amended plat will have, if any, minimal impacts on ag operations. In terms of ag operations on these lots, currently single-family residential uses exist on these lots, and our conclusion is landowners are aware of ag practices in the area. And as you can tell, there will be a small amount of land likely removed from ag production since these lots will be enlarged. We not received any public comments. The plat review committee looked at this final plat on February 9th. We just received a revised amended plat, the final version, on February 28th, as I mentioned before. We have on the bottom of page 7, we have the amended plat process. Fees are required. Again, no public hearing was necessary. There are places for all 3 sets of owners to sign. On the top of page 8 under B, we remind, I guess in this case, the applicant that should this amended plat be approved, the owners must come into the county and record new deeds because their lot lines are changing. The plat is entitled the amended plat of lots 1 and 2, Shepherd Simple Subdivision 217. Amended lot 1 will be called lot 101. Amended lot 2 will be called lot 102. And no new lots or parcels are being created. And we have some findings of fact, Madam Chair. We recommend that you approve this partial vacation and amended plat. And we're happy to answer questions that you might have.
Questions from the board? The Wyoming Farm Act is on the plat, correct?
Yes, it is. I believe it should be. Yeah, right from the ranch act, yes, it
It's pretty
is.
small on here, so it's a bit pretty.
Yeah, there's some small text. Sure.
Board?
Chair, I move we approve the amended plat for the Shepherd Simple Subdivision 217.
Moved and seconded to approve the amended plat for Shepherd's sub number 217. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it. Colleen. 23, thank you.
I'm not even gonna try to say it.
This
I've got copies of them now.
poetry.
Well, we decided not to do that till you get here, but it's because of that. So we ran copies. Thank you. Our next order of business is a discussion on the Cody Shooting Complex. Has to do with the concern that the commissioners have on the location of a fence and the public use complex. So I don't know who wants to start here. Commissioner King?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody is aware of the issues we've had over the last couple of months concerning the users on the public access on the east side of, I believe it's in Dry Creek, is that correct? As well as concerns with boundary line and fences. As the liaison for the commissioners here, I've been out to the site 3 different times, visited with a couple times with our county attorney, and once with Commissioner Overfield, as well as touring it with staff or people from the complex. I believe the biggest issue here from the beginning was communication or their lack of. So, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and point fingers. I'm looking forward on how we can fix the problem moving forward. We waited until we got an official survey done so that we knew what we were dealing with. The results of that survey came back. There is definitely an issue with the southern boundary as far as the fence being off in the wrong direction. I believe that needs to be corrected. And I also think we need to follow up with documentation showing access on for the east side, the Ridge Road. That was a concern. Doesn't make any sense to me, but the problem is, if you look at the map, even outside the boundary of the enlargement of the complex property to the county, it's public access to the west, of which people can be up there above that, outside the fence, no matter where it is, and a barbed wire fence is not going to stop it. To me, that was a turning point, whether the fence is on the right-hand side of the road going up or the east side of the road or on the boundary, people are still gonna be up there in range of the expansion as far as in specific longer range shooting. Not to say they can't do any develop on the southern end. My recommendation to the board here is we have a yearly contract. I believe it's a 2-year contract, at least 2 years. And it needs to be updated. In the contract, it allows us 90 days to negotiate the new contract. If you wish to wait 90 days, but we give notice, or we can start the new contract right now. That basically will not really change a lot other than include that access and the moving the fence on the east side of that 2-track road. And we can, if you have that copy of that map, it doesn't need to go all the way to the boundary of the original. But the map I'm showing shows the road going up Bridge Road and then splits. I don't want them the public to have to go down and around and come back at that corner pin, because that even puts them in more danger. They can access, and we've met with the user group, from where the road splits off and dead ends on our map here. They can access everything they need from that point, which they're on public land again anyway. So I don't want to fence that their fence can tie back in as soon as it gets past where that Y is on top of the ridge. Follow? I can meet with the complex and concur that point of intersection. But that's what I found out and what we found out from the legal survey. I don't know what went wrong, but it's, in my opinion, it's the responsibility of the complex to move the fence. We can't, even though it's our property. I don't know what went wrong, but I know it's wrong. And then to the point of 202 feet on the southwest corner to 100, just under 100 foot on the southwest corner. The southeast corner is 202. That kind of goes like that. That's considerably more than a little bit.
So this is a survey that the BLM gave us. And our fence guy went exactly according to that survey. And even if we eliminated these 2 tank trails that go up here, right here, we're gonna have to shut, because if we went according to even your survey, we're cutting off all this access that they would like to get there above the shooting range. And I think that is highly unlikely that they're gonna get above the shooting range when they're shooting.
Do you have a copy of what I'm looking at? Molly, where's that paper? She was just.
Molly had some that we need. You need another one or grab one back?
Get one to Otis if you could for a minute.
Otis, I don't understand what you just said. We know that there's bike riders that go up those trails and they've been using those trails for years. So what was your comment?
I wish you'd have that from me when I talked. I'm sure.
This is the map that we got from the forest.
I understand that part.
For
for the BLM,
Okay,
and it's at their survey line. This is what our fence guy went by,
okay.
100%, and he double checked and everything else. And what they're, my understanding on this red line here, all of these bike trails, at that meeting, I made it perfectly clear to all the bicycle people, I didn't want to come anywhere near their bike trails, which I did not. We did according to the BLM, and now someone is complaining because these two tank trails that went up through there, they don't have access to that. And you can come in one and go out the other. But the way the Forest Service gave it, we cut them off here, we cut them off here. I mean, there's no way they're gonna get up here above the firing lines. And I'm not sure what your proposal is. We're not interfering with any bicyclists at all, in any way. So,
I would disagree with what we found on the ground out there. We met with the bike people, and those are two of the tracks, at least one of them, that they use to go along the top of that ridge. And the fence does interfere with their ability to do that.
so you want them to be able to go along and go across the top up there? Is that what you're saying?
That's what they asked for.
Okay. In researching all of the document, in Otis, and this is part of the breakdown in communication. And I'm gonna take the responsibility, that didn't get for, in the EIS for the BLM in the original expansion, it was requested by the BLM to grant them access to Ridge Road. That never got forward. I'm just
We didn't
saying,
get that.
I understand that. That's why it's time that we rewrite the contract to address that.
So we just spent $50,000 to have this thing fenced, and signage was part of our agreement. And we did it according to the BLM's map. And now they're telling us
The
that it's
BLM map on the southern end is not correct. Or the BLM may be correct. Your fence is not where it says it is on the southern end. That has nothing to do with any EIS agreement. If you take that, and you gave me a copy of it, I have the same one you do. And the Google overlay, go back out there and look in the drainages, because I was confused at first. It took me 2 visits to see it as well. There's 3 drainages that come down where that southeast corner is. And if you look at your overhead, the one from the BLM, you'll notice that your fence is marked even on that map between the first and the second drainage you come to. Correct?
only 2 drainages there.
There's 3.
I know, here's the third one over here.
You're between the first and the second.
We're between the second and third.
Your fence is in the second and third.
I mean, I'm not a surveyor, obviously.
I know, I went on,
I can't argue whatever, but I see 2 drainages here. I see 3.
there's
And
3.
with this
right.
side of the third one. And I'm not sure if you're saying, okay, we moved the fence 80, 90, 100 feet.
200 feet.
Okay. It still cuts all those trails off. So what is the purpose?
And that's where we're gonna address, when you get to the far west side of that southern boundary, you can't go over the edge. We all agree with that. So we're gonna bring that corner just back to the east side of the ridge road, and then follow the outside of the road up the ridge until it reaches that Y. If you look at my little map, look at the little map that you have. They just gave, it's underneath the ridge. We can work this out, but that's gonna have to be to move forward, that's what's gonna have to be.
I got a question for you, you're the one that's ball on that. If we do move the fence back online where it's supposed to be,
Up here.
yeah, okay, that's where it is now.
No, that's where it is now.
Oh, that's where it is now. So if you move it back there, but is that still gonna alleviate the problem of access
No,
and safety? No.
so we're gonna come from this point and fence it to this point, which
Okay.
it already pretty much is.
Rather than do the jag area.
Yeah. Right.
But is that still gonna address the safety issue?
No. I mean, that's why rewriting the southernmost expansion I believe for safety issues, regardless if they're where the public is on which side of that fence, the southern end of the expansion is gonna have to be, and it kind of already is within our agreement that you need to meet certain safety standards for public behind, you know, your target, correct? That's what LRA and the standards that have to be met. So that is definitely gonna limit you to what type of development that you can do on that very southern end. Not saying you can't develop things down there, but it just can't be long range.
We've been there for over 45 years and we got over 600 families. And you're telling me that our range,
The original part of the range is fine.
according to this, we're still gonna put a fence across this particular trail there, there. 3 places is gonna go across it. If this is your line.
You're not going to, that's my point. That's, I wish I had it on.
What are we gonna put?
This is what we're proposing, is this is your
Taking care of the access.
This is where it needs to move back.
Yeah.
When you come to this point right here, you're gonna carry it like this. So that this trail then is over, not through here.
Okay, how about right here?
To where it lies, to right here, and it ends. They cannot drop down here.
Are you telling me that the surveyor said that all this is not correct?
No, this, well, your fence is in, you cut the corner here.
Yes.
But no, this is still the county property complex. But if the public were standing right here, they're directly in line with the new shooting range.
No, the new shooting range goes up, I think, like this. Doesn't come anywhere near that. The new shooting range is sitting just like this. No. A shooting range goes just like this.
We were up there
When
on
you're
top
standing
of
right here, you're looking, well, here.
Excuse me,
When you're
let's-
standing right here,
Let's keep going here.
here's the new shooting range right there.
Otis,
Otis,
I'm not gonna argue where the shooting range is, what the shooting range is. I'm not gonna be a landholder that's gonna have a lease with someone who's not gonna operate something that could be dangerous to the public.
I agree.
And if you're arguing the shooting range is here, we're saying it's over here, then I need something from somebody that is an expert that says that shooting range is where it needs to be and that it is safe. That's what I need.
All right. Josiah, would you come up here, please?
Sure. Regardless, Madam Chair, the EIS agreement with the county and the BLM was to leave access on that road. And the only way to do that is move the fence onto the east side of the 2-track to the Ridge Road, which will be well inside our
Saying the shooting
property
range is facing.
in doing so. And that will put us in compliance with the EIS and the BLM. Right now, the BLM is not forcing us to move the fence, but knowing the fence is off as far as it is, my suggestion is to put it on the southern end, back on the boundary, and move the fence on the top, on the east side of the Ridge Road. That will put us in compliance and with BLM and the EIS, as well as rewriting a new contract to address those issues. That's my proposal.
Just sort of to make sure I'm right on this. So basically, you're saying that you want them to start right here with a new fence, or right there, and go at an angle like this.
Until you get to here.
You get to there, so it's gonna come down.
Yes.
So basically, to open this road all the way up.
Correct.
Okay, that's gonna cost them a lot of money. Would it be a problem putting 3 gates in?
that's. not-
Currently, it would only take 2. Because we didn't, when they fenced it the first time, because of this bridge, they did not follow the proper boundary anyway. The
Okay.
fence is this mark right here,
Oh, I got it. Okay.
okay?
So it would
So we
take,
only need 1 here and 1 here.
so it would take 2 gates. Rather than asking them to go back and
Correct.
fence the whole damn thing to the.
As long as BLM doesn't care that we already cut this corner.
Right.
So we would need some documentation.
BLM is a little concerned that the fence takes in BLM land. I met with Kate Powell, the director of the BLM here for this district, and they are concerned that the
However-
fence did take into BLM.
Madam Chair, this corner we've already asked them to give us documentation, and if you look at the document in SharePoint of the kitty corner crossings that we did along the county right of way, they may be, I can go back and negotiate and ask if they would give us a similar letter on that particular corner right here that would, and then at least allow them to just put 2 gates in and or crossings. And working with land users, they were open to a smaller, like a 4-foot cattle guard per se, that would be accessed possibly.
Good. I mean, to me, if we can work with the BLM and come to terms with them, that would solve the one issue of access. Just put in a couple gates or a couple small cattle guards, whatever they need. But I'm not as concerned about the access as about the safety issue.
Exactly.
Agreed.
So. That's where you come in.
Where would you like to put these gates?
Where?
Where the 2-track is currently. As far as the gate, you know, on the southern end. Maybe up there, you know what I'm talking about. And then where that road dead ends that we walked out and looked like it went nowhere. If we had a gate there, that's where that 2-track went to, or then it splits and goes down. We don't want them to go down.
It sounds like you're gonna be totally above the shooting range, is that correct? And you want people to walk up there?
No, I don't want them to.
Well, I guess you're allowing, you want me to put a gate in so that people can get it.
Oh, just the
It's
only.
public land already outside that fence.
It's public land.
Yes.
We've had that, the portion that you're talking about here, we've had for over 45 years.
We've had it. The county has had it.
I mean,
The county has had it.
you've had it for 45
That's right.
years. Okay, that's public, but you know, and it's been zoned rifle range. So you want me to allow the public to come up here all along above those shooting ranges? Okay, but I mean, I know
But
you
we
don't,
agreed to
but
that.
that's
That's
what
my point.
you're gonna do. Okay, so let's get down to worst case scenario, someone gets shot, killed up there. Where does that leave us and where does that leave you? Because I'm saying I'd rather not do that, and you're saying I have to do that. So I will do it, there's no problem. I just don't want the public to be legally responsible for any of this. Because we're doing this strictly under duress. So I'll open that whole thing up.
Then
I
maybe
got no
they
problem
shut,
doing that.
Madam Chair, maybe you shut that portion of the complex down.
Excuse me?
So then maybe you need to shut that portion of the complex down.
Let's have one more conversation, and that's to finish what Commissioner Teal was saying. He's talked about the fence, he's talked about the road, he's talked about the public being allowed to be up there. So the other thing we talked about was the safety and the direction of shooting. So if you want to give us an idea of what the thoughts are or how we can be assured that the direction of shooting is not going to go toward that hill.
Yes, so thank you. My name is Josiah Bullock. My position at the shooting range is as a rifle pistol director. And my official certifications in this area are National Rifle Association Chief Range Safety Officer. That allows me to help design standard operating procedures for a shooting range and apply National Rifle Association guidelines in these scenarios. What I can attest to is that given the direction of shooting that is taking place at the proposed expansion, where some of the burn work has already been completed, we'll be safe so long as no one is up on that ridge. If someone is on that ridge, that is not a safe position. And that is what we have been trying to work on is who has access, who needs access. If the land as platted, again, I'm not a surveyor, I can look at the map and I can point things out, but if there are people up there, that new shooting expansion is going to need to be very limited, or we are going to need to bring in additional safeguards, such as an overhead baffle system, such that rounds cannot impact that high up on the ridge.
Those are the types of questions that we've been looking for the answers for, because there are going to be public up on that ridge. And the BLM says there's going to be public up on that ridge. Outside the fence, theoretically, inside the fence doesn't matter, they're on top of the ridge. So we have to take safety precautions enough to make sure there is no shooting toward that ridge.
Then under that scenario, we're gonna have to go back, work on a plan on how to develop that property and move forward in a slightly different way than we have been.
I guess I could have, according to the Wyoming the section of the Wyoming as far as entering a rifle range or any activity which it says you enter at your own risk. And it's, you know, I mean, if you've ever seen that, Yellowstone has it where people ride horses and they get thrown, they break an arm or leg or worse, you can't sue them because.
Madam Chair, you're referencing the Equine Safety Act, which I'm very familiar with. And that says that someone cannot sue me if they are engaging in an equine activity and gets injured, but it does not indemnify me from acting irresponsibly by providing a horse that is not safe. So by saying that someone cannot, well, if they're walking up there, they're walking at their own risk, but at the same time, you're doing a risky activity, I don't think you're covered. And again, I'm not willing, as a landowner, to continue forward with a lease with someone that's not gonna act responsibly.
I don't, believe me, the last thing we didn't want to do is have anyone hurt or act irresponsible. But you're asking a range that's been here for 45 years to shut down half of the range. That's basically what you're saying, shut it down, shut half of it down.
If it's been, Madam Chair, if it's been operated unsafely to this point, yes, I'm sure, I guess I am. I don't want to see it go away. I like the range. I think it's a great asset to the community, but we agreed, and at the time when we worked towards, and Commissioner French, I think, was very instrumental in moving forward and getting this land deeded to the county. There was discussion about continued access from the beginning. When this land was, we were talking about getting this land deeded to the county, there was a discussion about continued access.
You know, no one has complained about this one down here by the highway, you know.
Commissioner Randall?
Is there a way just to keep the pistols there so that, and then redesign your complex into a way where there's a safe spot for rifles? Just change it, just for pistols, it won't go that far. Is there a chance that maybe just?
On these pistol bays over here,
Yeah, but I mean,
the pistol will go up here on this road. It will hit people on that road.
so it's that close.
I think that attest to the fact that given NRA safety rules, handgun rounds are capable of traveling that distance and still causing significant bodily harm. This would require us to redesign the way that we're going to develop that property. And I just want to say, we don't want to do anything unsafe at the range. And so it's been a point of contention. Who has access? What access do they have? If the county commissioners are officially clarifying today that there will be public access on that property, then we are going to need to take that into account and change a lot of our plans.
That's what you were saying, yeah. It's safe unless there's a person there.
Absolutely. Yes. And if there are people getting past that small corner where the property starts to go over the edge, that becomes a point where now the angle of fire for that, the acceptable angle of fire for that range is significantly reduced, if not eliminated. And so that would require additional investment on our behalf in order to contain those projectiles so that they cannot travel that far up the ridge and endanger someone who is on public property.
I guess that's exactly what we're asking.
Sounds good. Yeah, I believe, unfortunately, that some of the misunderstanding that took place early on was about access and public access up that high. And I want to apologize on my behalf if there was anything that we did to pursue development that was outside of the understanding that you understood for the property.
And Madam Chair, in their defense, the agreement we made with the BLM and the expansion of allowing the Ridge Road access was not forwarded to the complex. That was not.
we had no idea.
And if it was,
We put the
I
fence
can't
in
find it, and they're saying they
so
don't
they-
have it. I'm just saying,
Put it.
I'm not saying it wasn't spoke about, but I'm saying the written documentation that we are bound to with the BLM was not forwarded. Therefore, I feel we need to rewrite our agreement stating that. And then move forward. Whatever adjustments need to be, they need to be, but we have to fulfill our agreement with the BLM and the exchange as well.
So you were at the meeting we had,
Yes, I was.
and you heard me state that I did not have anything with any of the bicycle people whatsoever.
Right, that this is part of the bicycles path. And we had the discussion about the fence could be run on the inside, even though it would be on the parcel, not in the parcel line. That's the conversation that I remember of about 60 of us having. And Otis, I've asked other people that were standing out there, if I was remembering wrong, or if they remember the same thing, and I'll tell you what, I've got about 40 of them that say they remember the same thing. I don't know where it got dropped as far as in writing, but yes, when we talked about the access, this is part of the bike trails that bike people were referring to.
You folks tell me what you want us to do, and we'll certainly do it. And we'll make it sure that. But I can't, wow. I mean, you're talking about over 45 years of having this range and using this facility. And all of a sudden, I don't know what they're gonna do if they have a 3-gun shoot, like we used to have, and we're still gonna have this year. We have a big 3-gun shoot coming with the 300 shooters. And they use these pistol bays, they use shotgun, rifle, and pistol.
Maybe one of the things that we can do conversation wise, remember Otis, in your 40 years, there's been a whole lot of change in outdoor recreation also. There's a whole lot more bike use, there's a whole lot more hiking use than we've ever seen before. So I think a couple things are coming into play at the same time. So it's just growing, it's growing pains. But I think we have to take that safety is one of the biggest things that we have to look for.
Okay.
Yes.
If I could, just a point of clarification here, Otis, what you're really concerned about is not necessarily the expansion right now. You're concerned about the existing facility. It's been there for 40 some odd years. Are we asking him to change that? I mean, people have been going up there for 40 years.
There's also some things in the original NRA review that may say pro or con on some of that, but I will put that in your hands to take a look at and decide, knowing full well that public lands that goes around the shooting complex is public lands. We cannot restrict the public.
I got one more quick point. I just throw it out for what it's worth. The safety issue is on the new expansion part where you range it, where you burned all that stuff up. That's a safety issue. So if we could keep people off of the ridge line until they got past range, would that satisfy the safety issue?
Sure. But on the other side of that hill, it's straight down.
Well, that's why I asked the question. How difficult would it be to build a 2-track up there?
I guess if you guys brought in here with a D8 or something and went alongside that mountainside, you'd make a.
I'm just not saying that's what we're gonna do. I'm just trying to get some amicable.
That would be perfect for everybody.
Madam Chair, how often would you need that portion of the range?
Well, shoot every day, and people come in here, that's our pistol base, so they come in here and they throw their pistols in, or they practice for some shoot coming up somewhere or whatever.
I believe you're talking about the addition.
The addition.
You haven't even used it yet.
The addition has not been used.
We just completed that new range, or started, not completed, but we dug it out and got the berms in our specifications. And it is going, it's in the setting and the angle, so it will be up here about midway of this upper road, about midway.
But you're also stating that if the public access on that ridge can be impacted by the current range.
No more or no less than these pistol bays would be.
That's what he's referring to. The current pistol bays could affect.
Absolutely. Now, like you say, if there was some way you could put a trail just over the hump there, that'd be phenomenal. That would cure everybody. It would be no problem. I don't know.
Well, I'd like to thank the county commission for their clarification on these things, knowing that there are people up there. I believe, Otis, would you agree that we are not going to utilize the new land in any dangerous way?
No.
All dangers have been mitigated properly.
We just wanted some area to expand and, expand Park County so we can have bigger and better shoots for more people, bring more people into Park County.
Chair, I guess that's where I was going with this, and I don't know, I'm just curious, is if it was a occasional use that impacted that access, if we could look at, I don't know if it's possible or not, we'd have to talk to BLM about temporary closure. We got a gateway and it's closed just put a sign, it's closed from this time to this time. Again, I'm not promising anything, I'm just throwing some thoughts out there. A special event closure of that access,
Do that.
you know, if you're using it every single day, that doesn't make any sense.
The pistol bays, you know, if you remember, you go out there 24/7.
Yep.
And so I can't tell you, you know, I've got a couple of guys that shoot competition all over the country. They're out there practicing every week. And then I have families that go out there with 22s, with kids shooting pistol bays. I like your idea, that would work, but it wouldn't work as far as I don't know.
So conversation wise, go after the fence for a minute. Are you willing to take a look at 2, maybe 4-foot gates and leaving the fence where it is if we can get the BLM's concurrence to allow everything to kind of stay the way it is? Because the fence does take in some BLM land.
I'll go along with that. I think the members, you know, I'll run it by the members, but I'm sure they'll go along with that. And then, and you're saying that we would be allowed to lock those gates when we had a big shoot?
So
I'm not saying, sorry.
How can we, I mean, I guess myself, when we're having a 3-gun shoot and to protect the public, we gotta keep them from, that's my whole point. You had a good idea with the gates, but it's not a good idea if they can just open and go on up there when you've got 300 people shooting.
Madam Chair, before the fence was built, these roads were completely open. The 3-gun shoot and the pistol range were in existence.
Yep.
If they weren't safe to begin with,
yeah, they're not.
that's a problem.
They've never.
Well, I know
been
they're.
So I'm just saying, regardless of whether there's access up there, the only reason it's an issue now is because the access was cut off. So if they were standing right here on this road, and if that was a danger from that 3-gun shoot, it's been a danger ever since that 3-gun shoot has been in existence.
Then we continue.
Exactly. So
And I can
there's
tell you that
gonna be some
road is-
modifications done on their part to keep public safe up there regardless.
I have never, in 45 years, seen one person on that road above that road. Never.
I wouldn't want to be up.
No,
Just
I mean,
looking at it, see,
somebody
I'm just
is,
saying that now
somebody's
that
creating a
it's
problem that wasn't there, but now it is a problem here. So, and I'm all for putting gates in, but if we're gonna have a big shoot, and they're all over the entire range, I would have to be able to close that gate just for safety reasons, and then reopen it the next day when.
We can ask that question. That's not for us to be able to
Okay.
say when it's public
And I'll
land.
go along with that without any problem at all.
I got a problem with that. It's simply because you still have public land directly behind it, whether these gates are shut or not. And the problem is there like it is today, even if you have locked.
And that's why I would like a write-off from you or any other NRA official, something official that says what you have going on is safe. If
We will need to conduct that survey.
whoever does it, I don't, whoever does it, because as Commissioner Teal was saying, apparently there might be an existing safety issue that's been going on for years.
Given the way that the range is currently configured and operated on a daily basis, I cannot make a certified assumption at this moment, but I can say that the ongoing daily operations, I do not believe constitute a significant safety threat. The way that special events may have been conducted in the past, I've only been a resident of Park County for 2 years. I can't understand the entire history of the 45 years that the range has been in existence and the years that Otis has served as president. It's done a lot of good for the club. Those special events, if they were to reconfigure the range, might pose an additional safety risk. Unfortunately, I can't confirm or deny that at this point.
Now that we have this property, Park County, just a thought. Let's say I move these pistol bays over here. I'll be away from, just get them out of there and bring them over here. On this side of our new property. Would Park County be able to have their men practice on their machines again?
Madam Chair, I would make a suggestion that we move forward with, now that we've kind of defined the issues. We're close to kind of figuring out a way around it. We need to visit with BLM. I would just make a suggestion that we visit with BLM, get some answers from them, and come together with the shooting complex and a few of us, pull the maps out, get the whole shooting complex on the map, get Josiah there and start figuring out what we can do. I don't think we have enough time today to figure out what we can or.
No, I understand.
Not.
But I'm just giving you something that we could do, so we could get rid of this pistol bay, the complete area for shooting, turn it into a parking lot. So that when we have lots and lots of people, they could use it as a parking lot, and we could just move it over here. And that would eliminate the problem totally 100%.
Okay, so to summarize, if we're gonna go to the BLM, we're gonna talk about possibly 4-foot gates in fence on the hill, just for passing. Temporary closure options that may or may not be available, and whether the fence on the south end can stay where it is or not, with an agreement letter from them. We're not sure about that 202 feet, whether they'll, I don't know if they'll do that and the corner. And they may do one or the other, they may do both, they may do neither, but we've got to have that conversation with them. It's not our fault.
Okay, so just one quick question. I mean, what Otis just hit on to me, so you're willing to take the expansion that you have now and abandon that?
No.
Well,
No, but you're talking about moving all of your range over.
You got one?
They have all of this.
I'll move all of this, but get them right out of it.
Yeah, what they were gonna do here, over
Yeah, the expansion is here now.
here, and here.
Yeah, and here, but their ranges are right shooting this way. That's our problem. Right.
but at our meeting, Otis also talked about archery at some point, and you could do archery
The,
maybe. below
the
that.
new archery range, the new rifle range that we're just in process of building. Josiah contacted the NRA and everything. We have all of our berms, the length, the height that they have to be and everything else. And they are kind of going towards this corner right over here. So that, and it only goes out to 200 yards. And the reason I'm doing that is because when we have these big shoots, I have to, like when we have this big thing from the museum, and they bring all the manufacturers from all over the country here, I have to lock all my members out. So that way they can come in and use this 100 and 200 yard range, and they're not being cheated, or they feel, because I have to close it for a whole week.
My question is, on the safety factors, if he gets to the point where we're reviewing and we don't want any firing toward that hill, you might be able to rearrange things enough that maybe it's archery on that end, so it doesn't affect that hill. Things like that, so.
That is a possibility.
The
those are-
county's help, I'm sure we could do anything.
We'll take a look.
Right, Lee? Come on, Lee.
We're not agreeing to the county help.
Yeah,
Agreed to anything.
So,
Thank you very much.
well, we really appreciate everything you've done for us so far, and it's working out really well. And I don't, we don't want any problems. But I got 600 members I have to answer to. If I start shutting down ranges, I'd really like to have a range they can go to.
Now, Chairman, I got a suggestion to you. And my idea maybe is totally way out in left field. But if you can keep people off that ridge so they get past the expansion that you have right now, I think that would solve the problem.
You can't. You physically can't, Joe. I've walked up there.
Well, I've been up there.
It's
But
fenced off.
nothing is impossible.
It's fenced off right now. They can't get up there unless they cut the wire, or cut the fence.
They can hike.
They can hike up there. That's what I'm saying. But if you went up Dry Creek and then rerouted, I know that's steep, it's down there straight off. But if you could reroute some type of 2-track and keep the people off the ridge until they got past the range.
Do you recommend that the county go up there and practice?
No, I'm saying they need to go get a contractor to get a cost estimate on it. That's what I'm saying.
But the BLM would have to agree to that because it's. on
I
their
understand
land.
that, and I think the BLM probably would agree to it, because we basically be vacating the other one.
That would probably be the
Solving
simplest way if we had a piece of equipment that would go along the side of it.
That's a conversation that has to happen with the BLM first.
Yeah, no, that's no problem.
Can't be our conversation. So,
Yeah, but we
I don't
did
stand
discuss
up with
that possible scenario, Joe, and anything is possible, but it would require, because it is on BLM and a new trail, even their bike trail, because they're proposing to expand, and this would require NEPA
I
review.
totally understand.
So a
but
NEPA review is 7 years out.
I don't see any way to, unless we're basically gonna abandon that the new expansion on that side where they burned it up and everything and moved that someplace
They
else.
can do, they'll come up with a plan, but let's wait and see what that plan is, but let's talk to the BLM and move forward with what you guys' thoughts are, you know where we're at. So let's have that conversation, we'll start on a rewrite on the agreement, on the lease agreement, and we'll all work through that together over the next month or two, does that work?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're gonna be a little late for another appointment, so I think unless there's something else that needs to come up at this time, okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Valerie, how are you today?
I'm good, and yourself? Yes. I was like, yeah, it changes a lot. Oh, alrighty. Sure, come in when it's red, purple. It was accidentally purple the other day. That's not a good color to be bring to work. Accidentally, and it wasn't good. No, well, it was cute, but I thought it was cute. I liked it personally.
You're telling me I'm too old. So haven't done it yet. I always thought just a nice little streak.
Do it.
Right down the middle. Oh, down the middle, that could be good, right?
See your son did you do that?
Well, I remember back in the day when they used to make them little things, and so I wore that purple braid for, oh my gosh, like a long time.
That was the 80s, wasn't it? That was cool.
Probably. I think I did it in the 90s, so.
You're behind the
I was behind it.
Great, I think we'll get started for the afternoon. First thing we have is Joy Hill, County and Zoning Director, consideration of penalties for Yellowstone Metro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going to start with just a little bit of history to remind you of how this property was recently addressed by the board. The Board of County Commissioners approved special use permit 158 on February 6th of 2018, allowing the Hoopers to operate a highway commercial business on their property at 53 Stagecoach Trail in Wapiti. And it is Randall and Courtney Hooper who are the owners. At that time, you imposed conditions that were agreed upon between the Hoopers and the neighbors who at the time were in opposition to this use. The second condition of SUP 158 reads as follows. Outdoor amplified entertainment is prohibited except for special events such as weddings, family reunions, etc., limited to 10 p.m. The Hoopers hosted the first annual Wapiti Songwriter Weekend from August 22nd to August 24th of 2019 on this property. And that was 2 days of outdoor amplified entertainment offerings, after which I sent a letter to the Hoopers notifying them of the requirement to either amend the conditions of their SUP or obtain a new SUP for any future events that do not qualify under their conditions. And that included an annual special event to be held on the property. Then the Hoopers hosted the second annual Wapiti Valley Songwriter Festival from August 6th to August 8th of 2020, just a year later, on the same property, which included outdoor amplified entertainment, which was open to the public, held on the property for each of 3 days of that festival. At that time, I determined that holding that 3-day festival, including outdoor amplified entertainment that was open to the general public on the property, was a violation of the second condition of their SUP, as well as the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. So because the Hoopers did not obtain an SUP for that event prior to holding that festival, it was a violation. On August 18th of 2020, I sent a letter to the Hoopers about that violation, indicating that it was not allowed. You heard testimony regarding that violation on October 20th of 2020, and then delayed your decision on the matter until November 4th of 2020. Several members of the public spoke, the Hoopers spoke, I believe they had counsel at the time, and staff spoke at that time. On November 4th of 2020, you decided to uphold my decision that the outdoor amplified entertainment was in fact a violation and imposed a $300 penalty for the Hoopers violating the SUP and county regulations. That brings us to the present time. So in September, specifically September 12th of 2021, staff received a phone call seeking information on permits related to the Hooper property. No SUP amendments had occurred or new permits had been issued allowing for outdoor amplified entertainment on the property. It was Commissioner Overfield who had made that call. Rob Bergen, a nearby landowner, had contacted the commissioner and alerted her that an outdoor music event was occurring on the Hooper property. Staff obtained a photograph of the site showing numerous cars, people sitting in lawn chairs, and signage. Staff observed chemical toilets on the site and heard music from the public road nearby. On the 13th, Mr. Rob Bergen visited with my department to discuss Sunday's event. The event was held on a Sunday at the Cutthroat. He said the Hoopers held a large outdoor music event. Artist Tyler Farr was advertised on Facebook with a large number of attendees on the property. There were many vehicles and people and amplification speakers. It appeared that they built a wall on the side of the deck to block the stage from view. He and other neighbors witnessed the event and would like the commissioners to address the violation of the Hoopers SUP conditions. He indicated that a neighbor, Dr. Dave, across the way, was able to hear the music from his home. Staff at that time visited the website of the Yellowstone Cutthroat seeking event details. While information about that event did not appear to be posted on the website, I did notice several mentions of remodeling of new rooms in the lodging portion of the website. That's a separate violation file in our office. Staff received emails from Don Getty that included photographs of the event, the Yellowstone Cutthroat, that were taken on Sunday, September 12, 2021, and a screenshot from Facebook where the Yellowstone Cutthroat had advertised the event. On the 14th of September, I spoke with Mr. Getty to inquire about the photos that he sent. He indicated that he took those photos and sent them via email, and he was unable to see the performers, but he could hear them. And he lives down the road. He's not an adjacent, he's just a couple down the road. He pointed out the speaker that was clearly visible in the stage area. He indicated that Sandy Sissy and others will contact the commissioners. She lives at 125 Stagecoach Trail, which is down the road, and said she and her husband could hear the music from their property. On October 15th, I consulted with DEQ on a related violation. I was awaiting their response prior to issuing any notices of violation or consideration of penalties, even regarding this matter at that time. It wasn't until January that I reached out to DEQ again, awaiting their answer, and they acknowledged that they hadn't even begun investigating the potential violations on the property. They advised me to proceed independent of their review. So on February 1st, we noticed advertising on the Yellowstone Cutthroat Facebook page of the Wapiti Valley Songwriter Festival for August 21st, 2022. The location was not moved. On February 7th, I sent a notice of violation and consideration of penalties to the Hoopers via certified mail. They received that on February 11th. On February 9th, Mr. Hooper, Randall Hooper, stopped in to talk with me. He said they did hold a music event on the spur of the moment. A musician wanted a venue, so they offered their place. He said there were no speakers. The planning indicated, I had indicated at that time that we had evidence otherwise. And that included a video or videos that are on Facebook from a person that was in the audience. And you could see the speakers and you could see that the guitar was plugged in to the amp. He wanted clarification about the chemical toilets. He said they were for a wedding, not the music event. I explained to him that he could bring evidence in support of that to this particular meeting. Randall indicated that he was not surprised to receive the violation notice so soon after he posted the music festival announcement on Facebook. He stated that he posted the festival purposely not noting the location to get the attention of the neighbors who complained. He stated that the event will be held in the city of Cody. We're here today to consider this violation, whether you agree with the violation and wish to impose any penalties. I did provide you the photographs, screenshots that were provided or that were found. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Questions? Okay. Procedurally, first one comment at this point?
Absolutely. All right. So we received this violation situation, and I did have a conversation. So based on that, because the concern to me was not, we had to lose it. It was short notice, and no time to secure an SUP or a venue. All of our concerts prior to that, for that year, have been done in town at a venue at our expense, and all the ones after that at a venue in town at our expense. All the ones this year are at a venue in the town at our expense. If they are less than 100 people, then we have them inside. This particular event, actually, the exact number is between 70 and 75 people to show up. That is concerned about COVID. Tyler Farr was concerned about COVID himself and didn't want to play outside. So we accommodated him outside. There's no denying that. The cell did say that this letter was initiated by a post that we made on February 1st. That it was, they helped expedite her posting. I kind of told her that kind of tells me that you're using an event that happened 5.5 months ago. I could have answered for in October, November, December, January, February, taking up the same amount of time that I'm taking now. Instead, we wait, 5.5 months later, here we are, because of what? And she says because she's looking into other unrelated things. Now, as far as DEQ is concerned, I contacted them this morning. I received a letter yesterday. What this is about is, are we a public water system or not? No one's ever determined that, so I'm going to meet with Mr. James Ralph. He's coming up from Lander. I'm going to meet with him. We're going to do a site inspection. We're going to put a flow meter on our well. He asked that we had any E. coli or anything like that in our pits. I brought our latest one. They all say the same. Energy Lab has a record of all of them. We've never had a hit. We've always been absent of any violation. Our water's clean, and it's been clean. After leaving her office, now there is, and you can look at our SUP, there is a septic tank that was unlocated, and we were given a grandfather or an exception because no one knew the size of it. No one knew the location, exact location of it, or the direction in which the field goes. So I dug it up. It's currently sitting open. I did that right after our meeting. On the 9th, I came in, talked to Mr. Billigan. He said he would talk to Joy, find out where I proceed from here. Well, now we are March 1st. I've not heard anything. I have a big hole in my middle of our lodge. I'd like to do something with it. I'm trying to become compliant. No one here denies that we're trying to be compliant when it comes to usage and things like that. As far as answering for construction, you can do that at another time, but it was within the walls of the lodge. We didn't add or any new septic. We didn't add any new restrooms. And the restroom we took a room out of the bar, put it in the garage area, and took that bathroom. We took a bathroom away from the restaurant. We have the same amount of bathrooms. And in in our bunkhouse, the remodel was done the second year we opened it. It was all done internally. And we actually did a weight over it. Upon digging up the septic tank, it's a 1,500 gallon tank for 3 rooms. I think that's probably adequate. DEQ is going to do the survey with me within the next couple of weeks. He said this week or next, he'll let me know. Enough of that subject. As far as the music, we had a short amount of time. We had an opportunity, we took it. Simple. Now, we are bringing music to the county. We have Joe Nichols on the 7th of July. We have, this is bringing revenue, and it's also bringing music. We've done this to a point where even someone else is kind of going out on their own and bringing more music to town as well. So we did it because we enjoy music, we like music, and we've said that. And we've made an effort to get a venue each time that we've done this. This was just no time for an SUP and no time, the venues weren't available. As far as the restrooms, they were there for a wedding the day before. Keels dropped them off on Thursday the 8th and we picked them up on the 12th, the 13th. We picked them up Tuesday the 13th. Other than that, let's keep this short, sweet to the point. I don't want to waste any more of your time or mine. So whatever I need to do to be compliant, that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I have a chance to respond? So I will own the delay on sending that letter. I don't sit and think about every file that's going on at any given time. After I contacted you, I was expecting a little bit quicker response from them. And then time had passed. And so I own that this violation could have been heard earlier, and I am sorry for that. That was not my intent to just magically pop up one day. But I will admit that when I heard about the post on Facebook, that kind of was like, oh my God, I need to get moving. So that's why the delay. As far as the septic and everything, obviously that is not a subject of today's matter. But I did want to address his concern that he wasn't contacted after he spoke with Kim. And Kim did talk to me, but I didn't know that I was supposed to get back with anybody. I thought he was just reporting on what he found.
I just want to permit it, make it legal and.
Yeah, I just didn't know that he was expecting me to respond. I thought he was just reporting, so that's why.
Thank you. Mr. Livingston?
And I guess the same as point of probably political word to use right now. I sat here when you guys came in front of us for the initial SUP. I was not inclined to grant it at that time. When you guys went and visited with your neighbors, which I encourage everyone to do, I get tired of being the judge between neighbors. You guys went and visited your neighbors, you came up with an agreement. You decided not to uphold your end of the agreement several times. You came in front of us, we said, don't do that anymore. You chose to move forward and not uphold your end of the agreement. I say disappointment is a very mild word for what I feel right now.
Well, I just have, so if I understood you correctly, you did admittedly held one outdoor amplifier.
75 minutes.
Because of time restraints, you felt you didn't have time to get.
We did not have time.
But that doesn't make it right.
No, you're right.
Correct?
No, I'm not
So
saying.
we own that we had it.
That's
There's no
the
denying
only, the rest of the host for entertainment didn't happen on your property, they happened somewhere else.
I'm sorry.
So there was only that one time.
That's it.
That is correct.
Everything prior and everything
But
after.
I have to agree with Commissioner Livingston. You know, when, personally, I don't see a problem other than you neighbors, and we did come to an agreement. That was, that SUP, I sat here the same way, listened to it, and I thought, well, you know, I don't know what the big deal is, but I don't live there, but the people that do have a concern, and I thought we set the rules, and that's what it was, so, with that, you know, if you don't have time to get to the event, I don't know where, you know, I understand where you're sitting, but on the other hand, if we don't follow up on our rules, why have?
Response to both of you. Okay, we did come before you in November, not only to answer, but also to amend the SUP so that we could have events. We've tried to make a change. We've also tried to have communication with our neighbors, and that's impossible. Basically, we've held out an olive branch on several occasions and pretty much been told to F off. So other than the Francis, which, you know, seems to be a decent relationship between the Gettys and Bob, or Robert next door, that's never going to change.
We have tried.
Well, my question is, how am I supposed to sit here and say, okay, how many times do I let this person not do this? I mean, you were said, I wasn't here at the original SUP, but I was understood it was come to agreement. And I know new people.
An agreement I would have never signed that, I know.
Then it came out, did sit here on the second one, with there was complaints, and now we're here for, so, I mean, is it fair for me to say straight through, you're out? I mean, I don't agree with a lot of the rules we have, but we do have them, and we have to uphold them, or we have none. And I feel for you, I do, but I don't buy the short time limit.
Well, I can prove that.
May I mean, we literally got a phone call within like 9 days and.
But you're an independent person, you say no.
Yeah, you're right. We could have very well. It was a
Although-
very amazing opportunity.
You're in direct violation of your SUP.
Although
We
that
had,
particular contact has led to more.
we had planned on having it inside, 100%. We had planned on it. And when he came there, he's like, hey, I know, I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm telling you our reason. And I know we're at fault. There's zero denying that. And again, like Randy stated, that everything else surrounding that and in the future, we have, I think we have 3 events lined up at the auditorium. And there's no plans. We're not, I mean.
That includes our Waukee Valley Sunrise Festival will be held in.
That's it, that's in.
Which makes zero sense.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about what's happened,
Right.
what events are coming up, what events you held elsewhere. What I'm concerned about is you said, don't do this, you were told, don't do this. You chose to do it, and and you say it's never gonna happen again until maybe the next time it happens. That's the problem I have with it, is keeping your word, and you haven't.
Mr. Tobin?
Yeah, just a couple quick comments, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Livingston. You know, when you first came before us in the application for the SUP, and obviously there was a lot of opposition for the neighbors. And we encourage you to reach out to the neighbors, and you reached an agreement. And then all of a sudden you find yourself in a position when you violated that agreement, knowing full well at the time you were violating your SUP. And so, once again, we bent over backwards to understand, and we could have fined you considerably more, but we only fined you $300. And now it happened again, and I'm sorry you had a small window, and I totally understand that. Business is business. So with all the controversy we've had over you and your SUP, you should have said, I'm sorry, we can't do this. And, you know, if you only had 77 people, it probably wouldn't worth the money anyway. I don't know.
It was close.
I mean, the commission has been over backwards trying to cooperate. And originally, when you came to us with the SUP application, my first knee-jerk reaction is the people that live in those homes were there first. They don't want a lot of music and tourists running around and a restaurant right in the middle of their neighborhood. No, okay, the building was there, but it was not in the same operation that you have now. Is that the point you were trying to make? Yeah, so anyway, I guess, as far as I'm concerned, we've been over backwards trying to accommodate you, and it's just like, oh my God, we're gonna do it anyway. And it's really upsetting. I don't necessarily agree with our rules and regulations a lot of time, but we have to honor our rules and regulations and uphold them. Sorry. So.
Comments?
I'm sort of new, yes,
And it works
I
for so
certainly-
long.
It's been a year, so a lot of this happened before me, and of course, that's why I like doing reviews. They're a lot of fun in an open field and such, but the neighbors have a say. And if we allow loud venues or projects to be next to a neighbor, we're gonna hear about it. So I think, you know, the problem is as you said, yes. The entertainer who was worried about COVID and being inside. I don't think you have a problem with indoor music. I mean, I've been to your place when you got indoor music and you can barely hear it outside. So I think, you know, I see the one violation. There may be more coming down the road, but I just see the one violation since the last meeting. So I could see a fine, I could see one more chance type of thing. I would be happy to go with something like that on the one violation.
So, Madam Chair, so this is not the first violation. This is the second that you're actually hearing. They've already been fined for the last one.
$300.
Yes, I wanted to clarify, since the Hoopers have brought up that we didn't have time to get an SUP. This particular use, they would not be allowed to get an SUP unless they first amended their current SUP. And they tried to amend their current SUP and it was denied. So even if they wanted to come get an SUP for a special event, we couldn't, because if we granted it, we would be violating the condition of their current SUP. So I just want to clarify that, since it was brought up that we didn't have time to get one. It's not in this particular case a one-step process.
But I think that's part of what's so frustrating for me is, you know, I said not through the initial, but the last penalty phase that we had. And you know full well what that discussion was and how tough it was and how the neighbors felt, and that should have really jumped to the forefront of your mind when this question came up, and I'm frustrated that it didn't.
Madam comment, in regards to the last violation, when Mrs. Hill sent out the letter to us, we truly did not get that until after the fact. We didn't, our PO box was pretty much not in use. We got that mail there, and y'all, we did put our thing on. So the fine for that, I mean, again, the original conversation that Mrs. Hill and I had was very good. When the first Songwriter Festival, she's like, you know, better ask forgiveness than permission. She said, let's do it. We went over everything. It was really great conversation. Told her everything we were going to have. It was good. And then truly the next year, we didn't know we were, Hindsight, yes.
This is
I guess
back.
my point is
Yes.
this time.
We did, yes, ma'am, we did. Correct.
And
Yeah.
that's
Well, I just wanted to address first,
Okay.
Mr. Mingle's comment.
Commissioner Teal.
I'm really leaning towards requesting to start proceedings to revoke your SUP altogether
So you put us out of business.
for this violation, second, third violation. But I guess I would let that go as a warning at this time, and but I strongly suggest that we impose the maximum fine, 1 day, $750. This is my discussion between the board here. But I don't know how many times you need. If I get a violation of driving under the influence, I might get off on one with a ticket, but next time I lose my license. And this, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with all the rules, but we do have them and we need to enforce them. And we need to make a statement.
Commissioner Feldman, you have your hand up.
I was just, well, number one, I was gonna make a motion, but, so your motion is an.
I haven't made a motion. I'm still discussing, but I'm not very far from asking to start proceedings to revoke the SUP altogether. But open for discussion here. If you think you want to give them one more chance and just give them a hell of a fine so that we're serious.
Well, I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent. To me, this is a bait and switch thing. I mean, when we first started the process, obviously you were buying your business and you wanted to sit up and going, it's like, okay, what do we have to do to get this thing done? You did, but you haven't upheld your end of the bargain here. And so we're talking about a violation of 1 day, right, Joey?
In this case, yes.
Yes, okay, so it's a violation of 1 day. I'm not in a position to start any revocation of the SUP today. So I will make a motion, we go ahead and charge a full violation amount of $750.
Second.
Moved and seconded to acknowledge the violation and charge a 1 day fee of $750.
Madam Chair.
Is that correct? Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, so the letter that we sent, there were 2 violation categories. One was for the event, which was a violation of their SUP condition. And the second was the temporary use of chemical toilets associated with the use that requires an SUP, but they didn't have an SUP. So again, Mr. Hooper had addressed the chemical toilets that kind of haven't been talked about, but we do have 2 things here that I need you to address.
I guess I would ask you the question on the wedding scenario. Is that something, I know weddings were listed, we had that discussion here too ago, weddings were listed. Do they have to have a separate SUP each time they host a wedding under that scenario or just, okay?
No, I just wanted to make sure you knew that there were 2 items, so you may want to address each of them so that I can have separate.
Madam Chairman, in my motion, I was thinking about that. And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that those toilets were there from a wedding.
I'd just like to address something you said earlier when Commissioner Teal mentioned revocation of this SUP. You said, then you would put us out of business. No, if anyone's doing this, you are putting yourself out of business. If we move forward with revocation of this permit, it is based upon your actions.
I'm pretty clear on that.
Any more discussion on the motion to?
I just don't want it to turn into this is a use fee. You know, I walk in, I'm gonna pay $750 and have the event, or I'm gonna have the event.
Well, I'll tell you,
Excuse me.
excuse me, if this ever happens again, you can close me down, because it won't happen.
We don't like this position for you any more than for us.
You got that down the minutes, didn't you? Okay, good.
Madam Chair, I would agree on the toilet. So I mean, I know we've had events and sometimes you get them for 1 day and it might be a week before they come take them up. So I mean, that's, in my opinion, whether they were ordered there would be very difficult to prove for that event. And regardless, it would probably helping if the system isn't capable of holding over 100 people at a time. It's just a benefit. I know that you can't have it for an event, but I'm just saying if they were there for an event, I don't want to go into that.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna ask Commissioner Tilden if you want to adjust your motion to include no penalty for the the toilets on.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, just.
I'll agree with
just
Lisa.
Or a second motion, I'm not sure.
Madam Chairman, and I guess this question would be for Joy. Would it be cleaner if we addressed the two violations?
Yeah,
I believe it would,
Okay.
and I just wanted to say, obviously, when we issued the violation notice, we didn't have knowledge of a wedding. So he explained that, and I just totally explained it to him.
Okay, we'll just handle one of the.
Okay,
my
So the
motion
motion in front of the board right now is for second use outside the SUP or the second penalty time. We're going to charge 1 day for $750. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so that's in
Okay.
place.
Madam Chairman, I'll make the motion that we waive the fee on the violation of the porta potty.
Second.
So moved and seconded to waive the fee on the violation of the porta potties. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so. We're done for today. You know what the fine is?
It won't happen again.
Thank you.
Please don't come back.
Not for anything related to this.
Okay.
You okay?
That was pretty quiet. No, it is not. We closed the public hearing. So we can go, I'm just trying to catch up with my. Here. Okay. Next thing on our agenda is Buck Creek Estates, major subdivision, preliminary plat decision. As you're all aware, we held a public hearing several months ago at this point. We completed the public hearing. We had a few other concerns, specifically the water, potable water, and whether there was sufficient potable water to serve 23 lots and acknowledge 23 septic systems on this parcel. So we asked the applicant to provide more information. We have run that information through a hydrologist. The county paid for that hydrologist to get that work done, and we received that report. So would like to give us a little update on what we received from the hydrologist.
Okay, so Mr. Schumard is the subdivider, and he and his surveyor took the list of action items that were given to them at the last meeting, which I believe was December, and they produced the information that was requested. We took that information and we forwarded it on to our hydrogeologist. He reviewed and basically had very little comment. He said they did what was asked. He didn't see any further problems. I further inquired because he did not comment on the springs on the property because there were quite a few springs. He did review that. He said that the springs were located in steeper territory on the property, and so he wasn't too concerned. They would still have to meet their setbacks for septic systems from that slope anyway. So he didn't have any concerns that we would need additional conditioning based on those springs. So you have all the material that was provided as well as Tom's response. And so unless you have additional questions, I don't have further information than that.
Okay. Any other questions for Joy or discussion?
Don't have any clue.
It's a pleasure to the board. Commissioner Keel.
I just want to start. I know we have an agenda to follow and we have a few minutes here. I want to state that this is very difficult for me. It truly is, because I do very much support private property rights. And however, personally, not just personally, but as a commissioner, I don't feel that, or I do feel that we are responsible for proper development within the county. Responsible development within the county. I don't believe that this fits for that, and I do not believe that there is amount of boxes that you need to check to just automatically have that happen, or there's no reason we're sitting here. If it's just a formality of do this, then you get to do that. I wish it were that simple. But we are charged with proper, responsible development within the county. And I think it is very apparent that this particular magnitude of development directly in the midst of agriculture areas is not the best responsible development. With that, I don't believe, and I'm going to read this correctly so that I get this correct. I move to deny the subdivision for cause of depletion of land available for agriculture operations, which is in contrary to the county's intent to preserve and value historic agriculture industry. And also, rural subdivisions in active agriculture areas can increase nuisance complaints and discourage the continuation of farming. Rural areas should be preserved for rural uses. Dense residential development in the midst of agriculture development is not compatible. And it will be very difficult to reintroduce ag land once it is declared. The subdivision is over 10 miles from the nearest city centers. Therefore, the cost of providing emergency services is greater. The potential for city services is non-existent in the foreseeable future to accommodate this development. These are the reasons for my denial in the form of a motion. Okay, guys, a second?
I'll second it.
I can't possibly repeat that whole.
We-
So
I can hand it.
No, yeah, would you give that? to me?
Can I say anything? Flossie?
Just a second. So it's been moved and seconded to deny for the reasons stated. Any discussion from the board to start with?
Lot. You know, I'm gonna totally disagree with you. To me, I mean, I don't like development any more than anybody else, but it's coming. It's our job to make sure that it's done in a responsible manner.
Absolutely.
So I guess I'll ask one question. What's the difference if you have 100 acres subdivided into 5-acre lots, or you have 5 20-acre parcels subdivided into 5-acre lots? What's the difference? It's the same amount of agricultural land taken out of production. And this one, Mr. Schumacher has come through all of the hoops we've asked him to do. And I stated my case before, I think, you know, that we asked him to go above and beyond, but he did. And now we have their engineering report from Hinberg Miller Engineers out of Cheyenne. It's been looked at by our consultant, who's an engineer, Bill. And our big concern was the water. And the county has done their due diligence as far as the water is concerned. We have 2 authorities that saying there is adequate water there. You know, our Road and Bridge Department, county engineer, they looked at his plans and his plans, the roads are gonna be done properly. And are gonna be, it's gonna be a great subdivision. It really is. And I'm not saying that I like development any more than anybody else does, but it's gonna happen. And our job is to make sure it's done right. And I think what Mr. Schumacher has done, he's tried to cooperate with us and do exactly what we asked him to do. So that's why I'm gonna vote against the motion.
Madam Chairman, what your response?
Just decide. What do you think?
Oh, after what?
My response, absolutely, I agree with a majority of what you said. And for one thing, I do apologize for how long this has drug out. And to me, water is not the issue. It's back to exactly what you said, it's proper development and responsible development. If this were closer to that other types of development, such as that, like near a municipality within a 1-mile radius or next to other major subdivisions, I would be sitting here supporting it. We have sat here and continually not allowed for a better term, spot zoning. An industrial permit or zoning or SUP in the middle of a residential area or a commercial in the middle of a residential area. Agriculture is just that, commercial area. There's practices in farming that don't fit residential areas the same both directions. So you can't, to me, it's hypocritical to say it's okay to spot zone residential in the middle of a commercial area. That's where I'm at. I'm not against development. I know it's coming. I just want it done in areas that help preserve open space.
Well, I mean, but if you take that attitude, we have raw water in the city of Cody because this was all at one point in time was agricultural land. That's how come we have raw water system, so people can water the yard.
It sprung up within, and it grew from there. And then Powell grew from here. Now you're just wanting this bitters matter.
Well, I mean, I understand. The only last thing I want to say is, the other thing I've been thinking a lot about is everybody up here is in favor of private property rights. And people have the right to do with their property what they want to do. If it's plant crops, so be it. I'm all for it. If it's plant houses and they do it properly, they should be allowed to do it. I mean, that's the freedoms of living in America.
Agreed. That's why this was so difficult for me. I agree with you. I do. But as a commissioner, I feel that I'm responsible. No, because as a commissioner, I'm also responsible for what the people in the county want. And if they want to preserve agriculture and wide open spaces, it's no different than a nuisance law. If you should be able to do what you want on your own property until it offends somebody else.
Well, and I agree with that. And one of the things it does say in our rules and regulations, so when we make a decision, we have to take into consideration the well-being and welfare and health and safety of the people. And that is a problem as being the county commissioner is when your private property rights supersede someone else's property rights. In this case, I don't think a well responsibly done subdivision is superseding anybody's private property rights. My opinion.
Okay. So it's a big deal at this point. Is there any other discussion with commissioners at the moment?
Just, Madam Chair, my concern at the very beginning was how it was going to affect the dairy farm next door. That was my only concern. The other concern that I had is, are we the ones to tell a farmer that he can't sell his property? That was a huge concern for me. And even the most right-wing and conservative people didn't want to talk about that. No, we got to stop subdivision. We got to stop development. What about the person's property rights? What about the person who owns this property and he wants to not make a dump out of it, he wants to make subdivision out of it. So if it didn't affect the business that's next door, then I think we almost have to go with it. If you're 10 miles from Powell or Cody, maybe that's what some of these people who want to buy the subdivision want to do. They want to live out in the county. They don't want to be near town. Maybe this is going to be the attraction for them, or maybe they won't sell any parcels out there. We can't be the ones to determine that, but we can't stop subdivisions because we want to save ag. If we want to save ag, we give farmers money and people money to buy farms, but we're not doing that. So I'm basically against the motion because I want to protect a person's ability to sell his property without infringement on it.
Just a response back.
Okay.
My question to you is this. It's not an easy decision. However, you specifically mentioned as long as it doesn't affect the neighbor. And how can you think that a major subdivision in middle agriculture, whether it be pets or just traffic, on the congestion moving out for when you take your crops or whatever, isn't going to affect those things?
It will affect them, but it won't put him out of business because there's neighbors next door. They're like we always attach the the Act and Walton subdivision say you can't complain about the farmer next door. But people do, of course, you know, 'cause people are people. But it's not gonna stop. If we took away his water, that would stop his business. But this, we have to do this test to show that the subdivision will not affect, or that they are downstream from where he's at. So I think the water issue won't put him out of business.
Mr. Schumer?
I'd just like to say, we couldn't help hearing out there, Mr. Thiel, the last meeting, saying that, we have rules and regulations for a reason. Our personal opinions don't apply. We might not like them, but we have to follow our rules and regulations. And I followed every rule and regulation that we've had, and then some, as Mr. Tilden says. And I've been patient. Lee, you wanted a water test more in February. Here we sit with water tests, and our issue was the water. The farming, Mr. Thiel, the farming is protected by the Farm Act. So regardless of what the subdivision wants or says, the farmer is protected at all borders. And if any of you have actually did a site visit, you would know that the feedlot of the one person that has complained about this, the one neighbor that you seem to be protecting, maybe he donates to your cause, I don't know. Excuse me, I'm still talking, I'm still talking.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna listen.
Well, I'm just saying,
That I did
sir,
not
I'm
hear.
sorry, I'll take it back. I'll recant that. But he is across the highway and over a half a mile away. His property, his irrigated property comes down to a sliver that touches Buck Creek. We are nowhere, we're a half a mile away from him. And he has also made small lots through different avenues that I'm making, through ones that he has bypassed irrigation or irrigation systems. He's bypassed roads. He has bypassed weed programs.
Let's get back to.
Anyway, so I feel the last people that were in here, you said that you needed to stand behind your rules and regulations. I feel at this point, you making that motion, you are not. You are speaking out of both sides of your mouth, each side being different based on your feeling, not on rules and regulations, sir.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I am responding to the direction in which Park County may be going. And as Commissioner Greer said here and challenged for responsible development, we want to preserve what we have. It's written in our land use plan to preserve agriculture as well as open spaces. This man has never farmed. He has not even lived here long enough to understand.
How long have I lived here, sir? 30 years.
There, I do not appreciate his comment, and I don't love it.
Can I have a moment? He's my partner, so.
Okay, would you state your name, please?
Bill
Very
Schumer.
briefly.
Bill Schumer.
Okay.
I just have a question. You say we don't farm? Well, that's a lie. We have two other farms that we farm.
Madam Chair, things need to be directed to the chair.
Okay, well, I'm just directed because he said we don't
Sir,
farm.
things need to be directed to
Okay,
the chair.
so we do farm. We have two other farms, we do farm. And I'm sorry about, you all got a tough job, and we realize that, and we tend to get emotional about this. We've sat here, we thought we did everything that was required of us. We're watching the subdivision going in just outside of Ralston. I don't know how big it is, but it's no different than what we're doing, other than it's smaller maybe. It's farmland that's going in there, and you go to Ralston and you go toward Cody and you go toward Powell, what do you see? You see houses all along the way. And so some people are able to bypass what we went through by doing it on a smaller level. We did it on a little bigger level, getting all of the scrutiny, facing all of the challenges, and putting out all of the money to do that. And so it's a little disheartening when we sat here today. And for our emotions, we do apologize. But we do feel that we are on the right side of this when it comes to laying out, looking to fulfill all that we were supposed to fulfill.
Madam Chair, I'm just curious, just curiosity for the developers. When you purchased this piece, did you, when you purchased it, did you let the folks you're purchasing it from, that it was your intent to farm it or to subdivide it?
We didn't really speak of it, but they knew we were splitting some parcels off. Yeah. In fact, right away, we split off the 50 to help with the down payment across the highway and sold that to Josh Martolio. So, yeah, no, they were aware, so.
Well, I think we've. Question's been called for. So we have a motion to deny. There's a long list of.
Read it?
Do we need to read it?
I don't need it.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Right.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we approve Buck Creek Estates preliminary plat.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to approve the Buck Creek Estates preliminary plat. Any further discussion? I'll ask that. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We'll do a good job, Mr. Field. Promise you.
Thanks, guys.
Can we just have fun now?
Madam Chair, may I please go get the envelopes for the HVAC? I forgot to bring them up.
Yes, if you would, please.
All right, I'll be back in a sec. So everybody cheer up, one.
Oh, my goodness.
We got the whole crew in there.
All downhill.
Family. You don't have to dress up to come.
I know, now you tell me. I was told to be in my best suit.
I told him shirt and tie. I've been wearing his mask. You don't have your mask on today. There you go.
Put it on now, baby. Just need a rubber band, we're good. You miss me, don't you? I can tell.
Nobody's answering that question.
Where you been, man? Mountains? Fishing? Catching any? I went over to Upper Sunshine last weekend.
Sad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fishing's good, like water.
Yeah, water level's
I don't know how
sad.
many I caught, but about 6 home.
I thought about leaving.
Nice ones.
Really? No, I've been here, been at the jail a lot.
In
You've been in jail a lot?
And surprisingly, they allow me to get out every evening.
We need to call
You got your ankle bracelet on?
Yep. Yeah, I can't get very far from there, that's for sure.
She'll be right back with those.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Move up to the
She
table.
forgot the envelopes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all she forgot. So she'll be right back.
We got the buildings grounds and public works now.
Oh.
See that? First thing ankle bracelet.
We can't start the discussion because she's not here to take notes.
She'd be right back. We're in no hurry. We talked about that.
Oh, no. It's only March. We're not talking about it.
I'm sure Bowsy gonna have to break that tie on that line.
I was thinking about it.
I thought that's what it said.
Oh, right?
Perfect.
Okay. Back, we have Brian Edwards, County Engineer, Public Works Department. Consider contract award for professional engineering services for the HVAC upgrades for the Park County Courthouse. Building 2, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, Madam Chair. As you know, we sent out over the last several weeks here a request for qualifications, statements of qualifications for professional engineering services for the HVAC system. And you're right, it's the main courthouse, it's courthouse edition of the public works building, so really three components of it. But to look at design, contract administration, help us through the bid process, construction quality assurance, submittals review, and then final startup and through the warranty period. Looking at a professional that does that kind of work because of the amount of money we're talking about to make sure that the county's taking care of all this. So we did receive 3 submittals. One was West Plains Engineering out of Rapid City, but also they have an office in Casper. And then Collier out of Billings, and then engineering design. What they call it, engineering associates, engineering design associates, and they're out of Casper. So we, myself, the buildings and grounds staff, Mr. Teal, we sat through some interviews. 2 of them we conducted remotely. And then one of them actually came up and attended in person. We did this last week. And, I think at this point, looking at we had really 3 really good proposals, 3 good firms. I think we probably couldn't go wrong with any of them. At this point, talking to staff, I think I was 50-50 between the top 2. Bill, I think Commissioner Till and I were similar, that we leaned towards engineering design out of Casper. I think Lloyd and I were in agreement on that, but close, slight. And I think the staff here, I talked to Mike Garza and the staff, they would really like to go with the Collier outfit out of Billings. It's mainly, they have a lot of experience. They put the original system in on the addition. So I tend to want to follow along with because they're going to have to work closely with this group. And they were part of, was it Jeff that came in?
Mhm.
They walked through the system with them, and they got a good feel that he knows what's involved to get this done. So I was close enough that I don't know how you feel, Lloyd, but that's kind of where I'm at.
Madam Chair, if I could, I think we couldn't lose with either one. The reason I would pick is engineering and design and associates in calling the references. One of them, I think I told you, the one that he's out, basically they had kind of mixed reviews on as far as the references. Nobody really ever said anything bad about Connier. What we're looking for, correct me if I'm wrong though, is a mechanical engineer as well as a construction consultant. Engineering designs has much more experience in the consultant area. They have benefits that I think are others, they're owner operated, but not saying Connier isn't as well. But when I called Connier people, they couldn't say anything really bad, but they consistently worked for more architects and as a subcontractor. So I'm not saying they didn't do good work, and they are more familiar with our system, but I'm not convinced that that is the best thing. We may just need a fresh set of eyes on what we have. Is it correct? So I'm gonna play neutral here. I'm sorry, staff, but what we want is we're gonna end up hiring a contractor to replace all this. That's who the contractor is gonna have to work with these guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, more than you will. So these guys have more experience in management contracting than Connier does. Connier may know the system, but I believe our best bet would, in my opinion, would be go with engineering design, just simply because they have expertise as well, more so in the contract management side. But I'm open.
Yeah, no, and
I would be convinced. I would like you have some.
I think out of this group, I was the only one that sat through all 3 interviews. And I was really impressed with folks out of Casper Engineering Design. They brought 3 owners of the company.
Well, there's 4, but we wouldn't
3 of
deal with
them, yeah. And they're impressive. They're doing the work at Northwest College now. Back when they left us, that's where they were headed. But like I say, I know these guys have a cover with Collier, and they're gonna have to have the system, know it inside out. And you're right, they'd have to work with the contractor. So I tend to sway with these guys just because, you know, and that's all three of them. Mike Garza told me the same thing. Beavers, I don't know if you guys want to say anything or what's your thoughts.
Can I?
Where it's just, they already have the blueprints of the ductwork and everything, so it'd be easier for them to find the system to hook up to the original ductwork. And not, you know, maybe tear it all down, start.
My question is, I'm not 100% familiar with the process. So when we open the envelope, that price is set, correct?
I'm not saying we can, not
We
necessarily.
may be able to negotiate.
Yeah, we can negotiate. If we can't come to terms with the, what we select, then we go to envelope number 2. Is the way it's
But
looking.
I guess where I'm going with this is the engineering design would have to come up to speed. They are behind, but that's not gonna cost us anymore, correct?
I think like what Mike was saying is anybody that's gonna do it is gonna have to CAD drawings. And I don't want to say start from scratch. The ones that he's talking about, Collier, they designed it, but this is back in the 80s. So everybody's gonna be working off of plans that are pretty old, you know, so somebody's gonna have to redo the drawings. Any of the three, I think. But, you know, the point was that they have the familiarity with how it's put in and how it to be taken out. I really have
In this particular case, there is no, because it's RFPs on professional services, there is no situation that the 5% line preference is in play. Is that true?
You know, that's a really good question. I thought about that before coming in. I think Wyoming Water does that, because they have that.
I can't remember.
I can't remember it either, but I know they hold the envelope just like we're doing. Actually, I don't think it comes into play because they still, I know there was always a lot of complaining about out-of-state firms getting that.
Because you're never gonna build the second building.
They never get- So I don't think it comes into play in this kind of
Well, let me tell you one more of the questions that I had to ask. I mean, we've done this numerous times as a commissioner. This is actually, Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when an engineering firm gives a proposal, they have a price on their proposal.
Well, see, the difference is the amount. So when you're doing professional services, if it was like, let's say we were doing the Willowwood project or something like that, when you're talking about a construction contract that's over, you know, $50,000, pretty substantial. But even if it's a you know, county code or county road fund project, you're still supposed to select your professional engineer based on qualifications or an architect. Like we did it on Allied, we did it on the Zillow. You know, we've done that. Yeah.
I was just wondering if we're not sure about the preference for resident. And we won't know whether we're abiding by, if there is a preference, whether we're abiding by that preference or not until we open the other one.
That's why I don't think the preference.
I don't think the preference. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, well, anyway, with that being said, I'll make the motion that we approve engineering design and associates out of Casper.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to approve engineering design associates out of Casper for the HVAC design upgrades.
Very good.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passed.
I was gonna say, I wasn't gonna make, with either one of those, but I would go with whatever they cost.
I would be fine with either one. Yeah.
We've got a couple minutes. Do we want to?
Yeah, you guys want to look through what they do? Madam Chair, I just like the idea that they showed up. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be looking for when they're putting it in. Well, that's part of the reason we threw the third one out is being so far away. These two, either one, in their proposal or their statement of qualifications, their scope of work, they were pretty hands-on through the whole thing. We should see a lot of it through them.
The other thing we didn't have here, we did, engineering design is also doing the work directly with engineering associates. So even if they're in Casper, they'll have somebody that, if there's a major problem, that they can have somebody on site within an hour. The other one out of Billings, they're not that much further, but So I think we're gonna do all right. We'll see what, I don't know what it says.
And what, just so you know too, and we'll see when we open this, but we do up front. We wouldn't have all the engineering costs in this because part of the scope is they got to get in and figure out what we're gonna do. So I'm hoping that they've done it right, we're maybe that first pass.
Here you go, senor.
Don't be messing with me.
Here you go, man.
Scary skin of the night. Yeah, a few shakes. So, scope of service, higher responsibility. Phase one evaluation, $27,000. They got phase two design and bidding to be determined. Phase three construction admin to be determined. They'll commit to provide deliverables as necessary to meet the agreed upon schedule. And everybody we talked to, the schedule is pretty far out because of supply chain issues on getting materials ordered and whatnot. There's some creative things we might be able to do and possibly the county purchasing equipment up front prior to letting the project out to bids and then working out the warranty. All the people we talked to had some good ideas on how to do that. But we very well could be looking at it through the winter next year construction project. So I think that's something to think about. Other things, the logistics that we're gonna have to really think through. All of them said it's such a big project, it's kind of complicated. We may have to look at logistics of possibly have to move some people, move them to the complex, or anyway, try to break up the project into smaller projects. So that's gonna be quite a project.
Did they give a time frame on the design, on the review itself?
They did in their proposal. But I think what you remember was everything was through.
Pretty much everybody was the same, where the construction possibly could start in November, which that was a question to everybody that we interviewed was, how did that look? Tearing out a heating system in the middle of winter. And they basically all said the same thing, that in reality, the switchover would probably be a year from now at best because of supply issues. So
I think all of them could start on it right away, so we will get with them and work out an agreement, come back to you on an agreement. Unless you want to do something on, where the chairman signs upon approval by the county attorney, but I guess if we already did put it in the motion, we got that. So we'll come back on that. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give us back.
I didn't get involved in the
Just
first
in
place.
case we don't get on the turn, say that.
Oh, it goes on file, them all.
Okay, thank you.
And then would you scan that?
I will.
Hola, cinco.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, our next order of business is an interview for position on the Park County Travel Council Board. Something where currently holds this seat.
Greg, good
Would like
afternoon.
to be reappointed.
Happy birthday, Yellowstone.
Yes.
If you want, there's maybe some that weren't here when you first went on, if you give us a little bit more background.
Okay.
How things are going.
I believe, let's just call it Mayor Mangle, Commissioner Mangle, somewhat familiar with, me through my prior work with Billings Gazette, but, I've owned some Airbnbs here in town. So I've rented out to tourists as a landlord and seen how that business has grown over the last 5 years, leaps and bounds, seen how it's actually helping the city and the county now that the state collects all that tax automatically. I've done some marketing work for wine shop that I used to be a partner in. And I've got my own website that promotes Yellowstone, which I cover Yellowstone and natural resource issues around northwestern Wyoming for myself, sometimes for the Power Tribune, Cody Enterprise, Billings Gazette,
and Reuters News Service. And so over the past 3 years, I've been the at-large representative for Park County for the Travel Council. And I've enjoyed the work. It's a board that we all get along, at least as far as I can tell, or as far as I'm aware. And there are demands on my time that never are too much for me to be able to work out. And I like having a say in how we present Park County to the rest of the world to try and get the country. So I'd like to continue doing that for the next 3 years.
Have any particular questions?
No, I have no question. I know Ruffin, he's done a good job. But
I gotta throw one out because you were a previous board member, have you noticed any budget issues with the restructuring of how we collect your revenue basically for the travel council, going through the state versus collecting it correct from the county?
Right. I haven't noticed, and I'll say out front, budget's not my strongest point. I'm more the creative guy on that board, but I do follow the budget. And I have had these discussions with both Claudia when she was director and Ryan now. And it seems almost like I think the way it's working is we're going to be a little bit ahead. And so we haven't even missed any money under this new collection.
It was pretty new.
Right. So, and then as far as the state's projections, my understanding is we're running well ahead of what they projected they would collect since things switched over to the state to do its projections. And I'm hoping the legislature will continue to take something of a hands-off approach to that, because the money should come back to us to spend in marketing, and then you guys should get your percentage of that for the county for whatever your related infrastructure needs or other travel-related expenditures are.
Got no question. Thanks for your time.
I like the evolution of a Park County print journalist as it goes along.
Yeah.
We get up to rough.
Or evolution as the case may be.
I have kind of a question for you that really doesn't have to do with actually to be on the board, but it has to do with your time recently on the board. Many phone calls recently about the plastic bubbles. I guess I'm just
The
asking
plastic bubbles.
how that, can you tell me just a hair about how that came about and what around here?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Appreciate it.
There was a large block of federal CARES money that came in, and the board delegated certain responsibilities to our new director, Ryan, on how to spend that money. And we encouraged him to spend the money on what was needed, don't spend the money on what isn't needed. I think we had every piece of camera gear, every piece of recording equipment, or new laptops, everything we could get equipped to do in-house marketing, which will save substantial money over the long haul. And then he found these domes somewhere, and apparently they were being used in big cities during COVID for people to have a meal in or sit in away from other people outside, especially in colder climates. And I think it was a line item on a long series of items that were COVID expenditures. I did look at it. I don't want to throw our director under the bus. I support his decision after the fact, but I was not entirely in favor of it, because I said, I don't know that this is necessary, and I don't know how well received it would be. I would advise you not to do it. I don't think there were a number of other dissenting voices on the board, so they moved forward with it. In his defense, I have seen them used in big cities, and I have seen them with furniture, and I've seen them be very popular with people that want to hang out in a place and take a meal. I've said, can we farm these out for events? So that's one thing we're looking at, so that we have the ice fishing derby over in the future. It would be something where somebody came in and put down a deposit, and they could, I don't know if you could put one of those things on the back of a flatbed or something like that and move it somewhere. I think there's a fair amount of anchoring them down into the ground for the winds that has to go on. So I don't know if that's feasible, but that's one thing I'm looking
just so you know, most of the phone calls that I've received have been negative, that they might be okay in the cities, but they're not okay in Cody, Wyoming. That's just where I'm coming from.
I appreciate the feedback.
Other than that, anything else? Okay.
I have, and is this our only applicant? Can we, Madam Chair, I move we reinstate Thomas Ruffin. Prevost to the Park County Travel.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and second to reappoint Ruffin to the Park County Travel Council. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for the work.
I was about surprised to get another application, that's normally pretty.
Yeah, usually.
pretty-
Well, they saw the,
I was a little embarrassed that I might be the only applicant.
Saw the
still on.
competition.
yeah, they saw the competition and chose not to. There's a preemptive strike by Russell.
I could have joined Reporters Row.
Well, we've got a few minutes and there might be a couple other people coming in, so we're gonna take a break for a few minutes. I know it's scheduled for 2:45. I have had several phone calls, so we'll see if they come in. I don't wanna start it too early.
Those plastic bubbles would be good for affordable housing.
Problem is,
fuel station. My entire life, Matt Taggart, when they had the 2 dot, and I asked everybody, there's no name for that.
Red Hill Pasture.
Everybody just calls it Red Hill.
So what's
Small
the name?
R, small H.
It's already named.
Not really. Find it on a map.
It would be easiest to read this as it came in, and now I can't find it. It's not on our stuff, so Molly's forwarding it to me real quick, so.
The initial request.
You guys have gone through the process of unnaming the derogatory names of things like Squateats, Squaw Creek Road. This is the opposite process running through the same bureau.
Right.
Bureau of Geologic Names, USGS, people that are responsible for putting official names on landmark features. It's a process.
Okay. I just found it, so we can go ahead and get
You found
started. Yeah. Just going with the agenda, discussion of naming an unnamed mountain in Park County. So this is what we received. Gentleman wrote that he works on the staff of the U.S. Board of Geographic Names, which is responsible by law for standardizing geographic names for use in the federal government. BGN accepts proposals to name or rename geographic features and makes decisions on proposals only after considering local opinion and recommendations. As a first step, the BGN asks staff to reach out to local governments who have been elected to represent their citizens and other entities that might have an interest in the proposal. A resident of Michigan submitted a proposal to the BGN to name the unnamed mountain at section 20, E55, R103 West as Mount Jackson Pollock to commemorate the artist Jackson Pollock, who was born in Cody, about 15 miles from the mountain. Pollock's family moved when he was 10 months old. Copied the proponent on this email. He may be able to provide more information about the proposal. Before the BGN votes on the proposal to make this name official for federal use, the BGN would like to know if your office supports or does not support the proposal. So that's what we're looking at.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
just to start off the discussion here, when I first read this, my first knee-jerk reaction was, not knowing help. Because I mean, this names, mountains should be named after famous people, like Otto Frank or Jim Bridger or somebody like that, people that settled this area and made it famous. And somebody told me I should take an art lesson, so I did. And do a little research on that gentleman, even though he only was in Cody for a very short period of time, he brought a lot of awareness to the West through his painting. And this guy's one of the foremost Western artists we've ever had. And so I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Anybody else have any comments right now?
So he is a Western artist. You did more research than I did. I'm not totally in favor of it yet, just simply because I know there are other Western artists who have a lot more ties. Does James Mama have a mountain named after him?
Jim
Yeah.
lives right under it.
Jim Mountain, there you go.
No, that's not after him.
Which Jackson Pollock, which Jackson Pollock are you looking at?
He was an artist.
I know he's an artist, but
He's not a
they
Western.
don't look very Western to me.
I didn't say he was Western, I just said his art brought a lot of recognition to the West. I mean, he's not a cowboy, guarantee you, but he left before he was a year old. I mean, I could go either way, I'm just saying that, maybe there's some merit to it, that's all.
I will tell you a few of the emails that I received. I know I received one from Dewey, and I'll let you talk here just a second, Dewey. I received on both sides. Some were like, no, we only went for 10 months, so we're not that. But the other side, on the art side, with Cody and the recognition of the arts and what we have with the art galleries and that kind of thing, some of them were in favor of doing this for the recognition of that reason, that it was a very prominent artist that was born in this area, and they give a little more push to that Cody art area.
I mean, basically, all we'd be doing would be write a letter to the Board of Geographic Names, whoever they are, supporting the name change.
Right. There were some other suggestions in the emails that I received to not necessarily do a large landmark like that, to do something else in the area, which I don't even know what that would be. There was no specific suggestion, but it said some other way to acknowledge that he was born here, but I don't know what that would be. So just so you have the information from the correspondence that I had. Did you want to give any input on?
Well, you are off in the weeds a little bit, and I did bring a weed whacker.
Right here, keep us in mind, Billy.
Jackson Pollock. Now, if you talk to the art historians, people that are in the art world, they will tell you unequivocally one of two things. He was either the most influential artist of the 20th century anywhere, Europe, America, wherever the world spins. He's either the most influential or he is reckoned in the top 10 artists of the 20th century. Not the same thing. What he did to the art world with his relatively short career was he upended it. He disrupted the stuff that had been set in place for 400 or 500 years, starting with the Italian Renaissance and all of that, the Dutch masters, the original Impressionists in France, Belgium, and whatever. Jackson Pollock came around. He just turned it all upside down and showed people there was more to art than paintings of things that looked like what you were painting from, that there was more to art. You can just leave it at that. Jackson was born in Cody. He was born in my old bedroom in Ann Simpson's house. Right across the street from City Hall was the old Cody Hospital, 2 blocks down the street, 2 blocks north. If I have that house reckoned right, my grandmother owned it for 35 years. My bedroom was the maternity ward. Yeah. The Pollocks, just for Scott Mangold's edification, lived in Willwood. His dad was a government land surveyor at the time that the dam had been completed, the lake was filling up. They had all this down country that needed to be surveyed. Bureau of Reclamation Service, that's what brought my grandfather to Cody. It was Teddy Roosevelt's Reclamation Service, we call it Bureau Rec now. But Pollock's father took him everywhere he went. The little boy was curious. His first name was Paul, but he goes by Jackson. And yes, at the age of 10 months, they were out of here to go to the next surveying job. Went to California. He spent most of his time growing up in Arizona, but he did come back through here a couple of times. One time that he was here, he was with another artist that you may have heard of named Thomas Hart Benton, who is on that top 10 list. Benton was much older then, but Jackson was younger and his brother Charles was with him and one other artist. They used to take these monumental road trips in the 1930s through the American West, and they came back here. Everybody says Jackson Pollock never came back to Cody. That's not true. On the other hand, all the artists that we commemorate here that fill the Vatican of the art world over here across the street in the historical center, the Remingtons, the Russells, all those famous artists from that era, none of them ever came to Cody or had anything to do with it. Their artist speaks for itself. The art speaks for itself. But the important thing here, there's 2 things actually. The important thing is nothing in Cody, Wyoming, after Pollock died in 1956, we've had 76 years to do something to commemorate the guy, and nobody except me, this is the 3rd time I've done it, has tried to get anything moving on naming something for Jackson Pollock, the most famous artist of the 20th century. I don't know how you can drive by that and not stop and give a look. Any little town out in the middle of the Kansas prairie, if somebody famous was born there, even if they never came back, there will be a museum, there will be a cafe named after them, there will be something. Cody, Wyoming, home to birthplace of the most famous artist of the 20th century, has nothing. Buffalo Bill up the yin yang, we got nothing on Jackson Pollock. I'm surprised somebody like Ruffin hasn't opened a saloon called the Jackson Pollock Watering Hole, because he died a drunk. He rolled his Oldsmobile upside down into the ditch. He was an alcoholic, but he transformed the art world, and I think it's about time this community recognized that, did something about it. The gentleman who's proposing this, I've spoke with him at length. I like the guy. He's done the legwork. He's done the paperwork. That thing does not have a name, and the reason that guy was called to do this, he's an art professor, he's got a resume a foot thick, well-known in the art world, shows in New York, has galleries all over the place. He's 84 years old, but he's always had this thing for Jackson Pollock. He's driving up to Chief Joe in 2016 with his family, comes around the corner and sees that rock, and he was thunderstruck on the spot. He's done 37 paintings of that thing. He has a whole gallery full of he calls it, I forget what his name for the series was, but he's done 3 series of paintings based on Jackson Pollock's life, and one of them is that.
Madam Chair, I'm not arguing that he's a famous artist. He came from Cody, but I'm just not, I don't see naming a outdoor geographic feature after him. To me, it doesn't fit. I'm off in the weeds according to doing so.
To my second point, there isn't that much left around here to name anything.
For the sign up outside of town.
For the first time, there are no more landmark features to be named to speak of. You can rename. You can do other things. I would be disappointed if Cody didn't have 4 or 5 things named after Jackson Pollock, but you have been handed this. Good to go. It's on a scenic highway. All that would be needed up there is to get Cody Beers to pull out and put in a parking lot or a little parking area and a simple sign. If you want your sign, Lee, that's where it should go, Jackson Pollock Peak. It's a 6,400 foot peak. There is no downside to any of this.
Okay.
It is famous with a capital F.
I tend to agree that we have a lot more prominent citizens, past and present, that could be recognized. Not that this guy doesn't deserve the recognition, I just don't see the immediate ties for the development, especially right here in Park County.
Got names? Who would you say deserves to be named?
Let's just.
Madam Chairman, I'm gonna put it to a vote. I'll make the motion to go ahead and approve the name change of,
I'll second. There's no name change. It's just.
no, to name it.
What was the motion?
To write a letter of approval for the naming. I'll need to say it.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded to approve the request for the naming of the peak to Jackson Pollock.
You didn't have to vote on Shamar, just see.
I know it.
But, and for further discussion, somebody who went to Great Falls High School, and of course, that was Charlie Russell country, and who never said that. There was a crappy high school named Charles Russell High School too, across the way, which was our rival. But there are landmarks around Great Falls, all over the place, that say Charlie Russell, and that's very strong. And for somebody like a Pollock, if you take a Pollock painting and you go to an auction with it, it's going to get more bids on it than a Russell or a Remington, because these are high-end pieces of impressions. So naming this, I think it would, of course, it'd be another tourist attraction for people in Cody, and you know, they're looking for stuff, and if somebody sees something named after Jackson Pollock, well, let's take a little drive out there. I agree, Scott. It's ephemeral to do this, but the last large painting of Pollock's that sold went for $208 million. Yeah. So yeah, which is more than Russell's painting of, you know, the massacre. So that's one of the reasons I'm for this. Is I think that not only will be a recognition, but it will be a tourist stop, and that other entities like painters that they had things named after them, including landmarks.
Call for the question.
Guys, I have a motion to approve the request to name the peak for Jackson Pollock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Could we name it Dossie Jackson Pollock?
It's somewhat what I've heard from the art world and some input from some. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes.
All right.
Not all the news is bad today from Ukraine or Cody, Wyoming. Thank you.
But we are not in the process of talking to YDOT about any kind of a holdout.
Well, somebody will take care of that, trust me. Somebody who's watching your stream.
One other Cody angle, if I could interrupt, is Harry Jackson did tell me before he died that he went. Basically, Jackson Pollock was a mentor to him and helped him get started in the art world. Harry did a lot of that similar abstract expressionist other than his traditional realist work. And he always had a lot to say about how Jackson Pollock helped him become a famous artist.
They were
I don't
drinking.
have a note in this fight. I'm just
No,
throwing
that
that.
is a local
Imagine
tie.
that.
That is a local tie. Okay,
Thank you. Mission accomplished.
I went for a little bit late. On your agenda, you have the. We had talked about the fee structure on several occasions for rentals at the warehouse. The issue came up with our mountain building specifically, but it's kind of overall, has to do with allowing 4 levels of rentals at the fairgrounds. One being government agency, which would be allowed to rent at no cost, but either a letter of credit or a check for the cleaning deposit would be on hand. The second would be a 501c3 for educational purposes, which would be, what do we say? No charge there, but the cleaning deposit. And then a 501c3 on a fundraiser or a charged event would be charged at %, and then 100%. And then 100% for private events. So they need some direction over there to finalize this. They've showed you the new form that they've come up with where they're going to ask the questions, get their 501c3 certifications and those kinds of things. And then Darcy will fill in what they need and make sure that they have that cleaning, all 4 including cleaning deposit, either a check or a letter of credit to have that happen, so that we're not on those funds.
Madam Chair, so their recommendations aren't specific to just Heartland Hall, it's all.
It's anything on the fairgrounds because they can move them around.
And can we clarify letter of credit? Is it from a bank or just a letter stating that they're from that government facility that they will be responsible for?
Right, that's the only place the letter is allowed is at the government level.
But it's not, it could be just from school district number 1. Okay.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move.
Wait, just have
accept the.
Quick question about, stay in the house the whole month.
We haven't got to that yet. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move to accept the new revised current that's listed before us, rate forms for the fairground facility.
Second that.
I moved and seconded to approve the new setup for the rates for rental of fairgrounds facilities. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Then the second question that came up in this scenario is once in a while they will get, they're getting requests for fairly significant amounts of time. And when it's not necessarily a government, but a 501c3 event, they've asked for like a month. That could overshadow other things that could make money in those facilities. And they're trying to figure out how the staff is trying to figure out how they deal with that question. If someone comes in right now and says, I want to rent it for the entire month of December and I get it for the 75% rate because this is who we are, this is what we're using it for. That kind of, if it's like Heart Mountain Hall, that takes out the ability for some wedding receptions and things that are private that we pay 100%. Is there a feeling that you all have, or do you want that to be on a case by case as they believe, what they believe can work? if they can move them around or what they can do.
Madam Chair, my feeling would be anything over 3 days would be on a case by case. And it would need to be presented to for consideration.
More than 3 days be presented to this board.
That's my feeling. I hope it further.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, what we're talking about here, it's not black and white. You're gonna have a lot of gray area. So it should be on a case by case basis. So by putting a time limit on it, yeah, you said, okay, any longer than 3 days, you gotta come get a police.
Is that the form of a motion?
Sure.
Second.
Okay,
Hell,
so
I was just.
Commission Field, sure.
yeah, the motion is sure. Okay, so if I understand the motion, it's that any rental request for more than 3 consecutive days will be handled on a case-by-case basis in front of the county
Let the kids have a hand and then we'll do something else.
commissioner. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, now hear those direction, thank you.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. It's a mess.
You did an excellent job today.
Thank you.
Again,